The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and wherever you're watching in the world, welcome along to qualifying day for the GTR 24 hours, 12 hours of Monza. And here at such a historic track, we're almost ready to go for qualifying here to decide the fate of the grid, at least, for the rest of the teams. My name is Kieran McGinley. Joining me up in the commentary box at the moment is David Christie. And of course, I'll be joined by Chris Buxton. And we'll be doing a bit of sharing here tonight for this qualifying session. But David, good to have you along. Great to have you with us. We're here for qualifying. I don't know if you caught any of practice last night, but it was a thrilling way to go.
Thank you for having me on board. It's such an awesome thing to be here part of it. I missed practice, unfortunately, last night. Being a Scotsman, too busy filling my face there, but I'm sure you can get me up to date with everything that went on. Weather is looking mighty interesting for this weekend, so we'll talk about that a little bit through the qualifying as it gets underway. But yeah, super excited to be on board, and yeah, this is going to be an awesome event.
Absolutely, and obviously looking at the weather radar, you know, it's looking a little bit sketchy at the moment for these drivers. Heavy rain is inbound and it is predicted to hit in this qualifying session. We are not meant to have a dry qualifying session, so it's going to be a little bit tricky. Let's see what happens at that point. But qualifying, the lights have gone green. We are now under green flags for qualifying, and there's going to be two sessions of qualifying here tonight, one under daylight, one under nighttime, and the best two times for your team will be added together, divided by 2, and your average lap time will give you the grid for tomorrow's race. So you've got to make sure that the car's set up for day and night running there, David.
Absolutely, and it's two very different trials as well there, Kieran. You know, daytime running is the preferred option for many drivers. You get some drivers who don't mind driving at night, but certainly track will be cooler, the car will be a little bit cooler, and then it just takes that little bit more brain power, that little bit more focus, that little bit more attention to try and stay focused during that nighttime session, because having experienced real life racing in the nighttime, it is just so intense. It is so much more intense doing qualifying, especially some of these drivers will be doing it in VR as well, so I can imagine they're going to be very tired after giving it everything tonight.
Absolutely, and sharing us in the box as well. We're going to be speaking to him throughout this session, and he'll be hopping in to replace me in a short while. It's Mr. Chris Buxton from last night. Chris, I'm pretty sure you can attest to how busy and how frantic that practice session was alone yesterday.
It was good fun, wasn't it? It was absolutely amazing, particularly a wonderful showing from the 007, the Bentley boys, as they got called, doing some immense slipstreaming and your kind of close combat practice. Now is going to be the time when, well, really tomorrow is going to be the time when we'll see if that's going to pay off. But so, yeah, 2 1.5 hour sessions, one day, one night, as you've mentioned. It's good to see the GT4 entering out there as well. The Alpine, we didn't really see that. Well, we didn't really see it at all during the practice session, and opted not to be battered about by the GT3s. But yeah, if the practice session was anything to go by, particularly in the top 4 or 5, it's going to be pretty close, which is going to make for a fabulous race tomorrow.
It will indeed. And yeah, that threat of rain, David, is lurking. It's looming. The grey skies are building around Monza at the moment. And, you know, with the Alps not too far away, changeable weather conditions are always going to be on the cards.
It's tantalisingly close, isn't it? And of all the circuits to have it here, Monza is one of the highest speed circuits that we could possibly have that little roll of the dice added into. I'm not sure how much the drivers are going to have factored that in. They'll certainly be prepared for it, but I don't know whether or not they'll be taking any gambles, taking any risks with the likes of qualifying tonight. They'll want to get themselves in as best a position as they possibly can. Makes early running and getting out there as soon as possible really important, I think.
Yeah, and we're going to see how important it's going to be, because all these drivers will be making sure that they can put their fastest driver in the car at the right point. You don't want the fastest driver in the car when it is absolutely bucketing down with rain, because that's just a wasted opportunity. The track will be busy, and I wouldn't be surprised if every single team has just thrown out their fastest driver and gone, right, get yourself a banker lap in. We don't know when this rain is going to hit, but it's going to hit soon.
Absolutely. And the banker lap is such an important part of any qualifying session. For sure, in the later stages, you can absolutely pin it to the floor and just throw it to your heart's content. But getting that starter lap in and getting that secured position in the first 10-15 minutes is going to be the most crucial thing these drivers can do tonight. Of course, with the grid the way that it is, qualifying undoubtedly isn't going to, it's not going to decide the race, but it gives you the best possible chance for getting in the best possible position for that start.
Yes, and the old phrase goes, it's not won on lap 1, but it can certainly be lost. And in this long 12-hour race, we're going to be thrown a little bit everything. We've got rain forecast here in the qualifying session tonight. We've got rain forecast at, about an hour into tomorrow's race, and then heavy rain, thunderstorms as well over the next 2 days. So it's going to be keeping our drivers just a little bit on edge. So as you rightfully said, David, this banker lap, so called, for the first lap of the session, might actually be one of the most important laps you'll set all weekend.
It really is, and it also gives the drivers a great chance to gel, to bond with the car. Obviously, we've had various practice sessions, but qualifying is their first real chance to really get their teeth into driving these cars in anger and also around other cars as well, Kieran. So it's really important for them to get acclimatised with the environment that they're going to be spending so long in tomorrow. I mean, remember, it's a long race that we're going to be seeing tomorrow, so it allows them to just settle down a little bit as well, because that's one thing that we really don't take into account is how much preparation that these drivers put into these races and these events. So it is such an important thing for them to just settle down, get that sort of mindset going early on, and really push it as quickly as they possibly can.
To be a big one. This qualifying session may decide part of it, but you've got that long race tomorrow. Try and get the strategy, and that's probably what yesterday was being used for. And the team of the 007, I'm sure Chris could allude to that, how crazy it got, because funnily enough, you can have every single driver from your team out there on track at the same time using the same car. So we had 4 of them all out together, just trying to have a little bit of fun, maybe work some strategy in there as well. But from now on, it is solely every driver has one car, and it's got to last you a good amount of time.
That it does, and they can't do the escape back to pits option that sim racers enjoy. They have to drive their car back now. So they if it all goes wrong, they have to limp the car back. But yeah, the 007, the Pro Sim boys, my goodness me, they put on a hell of a show for us. So it proved to be quite fun for us spectating, and was probably good fun for them driving as well. And quite a number of times you had a few other teams that were really kind of caught up in the mixture. The BMW M6, the 777 team got a little bit tangled up with them a couple of times as well. Gave it a good go. You saw these almighty great brutes that with all their combined horsepower made the earth shake. So that was quite fun to see. But the 33 team, the Audi squad, currently that car is being piloted by Zoltan Vaconi, was very much bothering the top of the lap times. It was the McLaren of Henri Senic, I believe it was, that took the top of the practice times yesterday. So hopefully we'll be able to see how well they can mix it up today, because of course today is when it counts, but there's plenty of time for them to kind of fine-tune the car now, get it set up just the way they want it. And again, this will be the time when they decide or make the final decision on whether they're going to run with a setup kind of compromise for all drivers, or with one setup, everybody get on with it kind of thing. So yeah, we will see who comes out on top. But again, the early laps were starting to come in. We're seeing some 45s on the board, some 46s as well. So people are getting those early banker laps in the hope that the rain passes. At the moment, the sunshine is still out there. I think we may get away with it, or at least for a while, before the weather goes a bit nasty. But of course, with the threat of rain, they need to get out there and get on with it. Quite a few people have yet to get a time on the board.
Yeah, and it's very early stage. I mean, we've still got, it's a 90-minute qualifying session for the first time, so it's not the end of the world if they don't get a lap in now. But as we were discussing, this rain is looming and it's on its way. We don't quite know when it's going to hit, but we know it is going to hit. And when it hits, it is going to pour down. This thunder forecast as well for not only today's session, but in tomorrow's race as well, both towards the start of the race and towards the end as well, just to make it just a little bit easier for our drivers out there. But at the moment, we're riding on board with Henri Cynic as he now makes his way down towards the Rettifidio chicane on the anchors hard, then trying to make the first turn, but runs slightly deep there. He might get away with that. No, he won't by kicking the back end out like that. But as you rightfully said there, Chris, there's no more pressing escape to go back to the pit lane. They're stuck out there now. They've got to try and come back to the pit lane and do it all over again, or failing that, make sure they just keep the tyres in a good state and save the fuel, go for another run.
Yeah, we will see. Again, we don't know if they're limited on tyres. I'm assuming not. I mean, a 3-hour combined qualifying, you would imagine there's probably not going to be worrying about tyres too much. I'm currently looking at our GT4 entrant, who, again, is out there. I did wonder whether they would actually, take part in the qualifying. They're the only GT4 entrant in this series. So there's no one for them to out-qualify, per se, unless one of the GT3 teams has a horrendously bad time. I love the fact they've got the Danish flag emblazoned on the top of the car, so very patriotic of the Alpine there. But they're currently going through Lesmo 1. They must feel very, very small. Oh, he's just kicked up a little bit of dust on the exit of first Lesmo. Yeah, I bet they kind of want to duck in the car when they have an absolute sea of GT3s coming up to lap them. Which, sadly for them, being the only GT4 entrant, they'll be pretty popular, quite often during the race with people coming up to lap them. But they're out there minding their own business at the moment. I'm pretty sure they're going to get pole in class.
Do you think? Jury's still out on that one, I reckon. I have a feeling. It might not be guaranteed just yet. We'll wait and see, of course, as we get our way in towards these qualifying sessions. A couple of times, as you said, Chris, down into the 145. So we've got a 145.999 on the board. So just about into the 145s there. And David, obviously, with the clouds glooming over, you've got a lot of traffic out there. There might be not many cars out there at the moment, but with Monza being such a high-speed track, any traffic, no matter how far away it is, might actually distract you entirely.
You're absolutely spot on there, Kieran, because Monza is such a track of momentum. It really all starts from that first corner. You have to have the speed all the way through. And if you come across a car that is either slowing down or just trying to get up to speed, or even that lonely GT4 car making its way around, then you are in a world of trouble, because you're going to have to go off the optimal line to try and get past that car there. And not only that, it distracts you, like you alluded to there. It takes your eye off of the next apex that you're trying to hit, unless you're very, very lucky to hit them, on the back straight coming up towards the parabolica, that final right-hander. But yeah, it does make it very, very important to get a good, clean run. Thankfully, for the most part, a lot of the drivers are going to get a good, clean run through qualifying. So I don't think that they're going to have too much of an excuse in that. But for me, myself, I'm absolutely taking every single excuse I can absolutely lay my hands on to disguise my poor ability.
Don't undersell yourself, David, that's for sure.
Have you seen me drive?
I'll assume that's good, hopefully. Fingers crossed. No.
Championship winning material in the commentary box.
Yeah, that's it. That's why we're in the box, my friends.
Yeah, there are times, we were alluding to this yesterday, David, that me and Kieran were discussing. So there are times when the commentary box seat becomes very, very comfortable. When the action's very hot or when the weather is very inclement, that makes the commentary box a little bit more comfortable for us.
It really does. It makes it a little bit more pleasant when you've got all hell kicking off on track, and you've got some very questionable issues or decisions going away, and you're just like, yep, I'll quite happily sit here with my cup of coffee talking about the racing. But it does give an understanding. So I'm massively passionate sim racer. I'm just not very fast, but I do very much enjoy it, and it really makes you quite humbled, and it gives you a greater understanding of how talented these guys and girls are out on track, because to be able to push these cars consistently at the limit and at the level of performance that they are doing is just absolutely mind-boggling. No matter what platform they're doing it on, it is just, to see where we are with esports and sim racing right now, it really, really is just absolutely mind-melting to see the performance of these guys.
Yeah, consistency is always going to be the king when it comes to endurance racing in particular. Again, that's something else that me and Kieran alluded to yesterday, that it's all well and good having blinding speed over one lap, but certainly in these conditions it's going to be maintaining that pace lap after lap after lap after lap, and these guys are going to be in the car for hours at a time. I absolutely salute them. I know I couldn't do it. I absolutely within about an hour and I'd be in the wall. So fair play to them. These guys are going to be doing 2 to 3 hours at a stint. Obviously over the course of the 12-hour race they're going to be covering, assuming they're going for an even split, of course 6 hours apiece, but not all in one go. There will be some lunatic that will probably do that, but again, fair play to them. That's an amazing achievement to be able to do. And some people might kind of scoff at that. Oh well, it's the old anecdote, it's just a game. I'm sorry, you do it and then you see how hot you feel after driving for 12 hours. Even the greats make mistakes. I've just seen Carlos Basto headbutt the wall coming through the Parabolica, which is a shame because ironically he was actually being quite consistent. No, I'm commentating cursing people before we've even got to the race. So unfortunately just the tail got a bit loose on him coming through Parabolica and he nailed the wall. But it's one of those things that you really do need to be in pretty good, mental and even physical shape. Whilst you're not dealing with G-forces, you're still in that seated position for quite some time. You're still going through the physical motions of driving and braking, what have you, and it's the concentration that will get you, or lack thereof, if you lose that mental energy. And how many times have we seen just that one tiny mistake and a car is obliterated in the wall? We saw it yesterday, Kieran, didn't we, where I think it was one of the Audis ended up backwards into the wall with and gone was the rear wing, and that was only after half an hour's worth of practice. So after hours and hours and hours of blasting around Monza, and if they're able to keep going, then fair play to them.
Absolutely, and I'm just seeing here Henri Cynic is lighting up the timing screens at the moment as he makes his way now in towards the Parabolica. A very fast driver regardless of what he's driving, according to his team, as he now makes his way around the 11th turn at the track and onwards towards the start-finish line. Is this going to be a pole position time in the making? It is a 45.314 and grabs now pole position by, what's that, half a second at the moment. So a great lap time.
That's a huge lap gone in there from Henri Cynic. And this alludes to exactly what you were saying earlier on, Kieran, about that banker lap, because it gives you that comfort, it gives you that safety, knowing that you've got that lap set, that one's safe, as we would say back in the day. But again, you can just push and you can really hammer it in. With an hour and 12 minutes left to go in qualifying, and that prospect of rain potentially coming, the other flip side of that actually as well is that it will be cooling the air, it will be cooling the track, so we could actually start to see time starting to fall even further depending on the changing track conditions. But Henri Cynic, that is more important than just taking pole position there. That is a bit of a shot across the bows for Zoltan Varkonyi to say, yeah, I'm still here and I'm going to be right on your tail, mister.
Yeah, and we just got the timing screens up there for just under 20 minutes of the session so far elapsed, and at the moment it is Henri Cynic in that number 64. He's taken that car to provisional pole position at the moment in the one of the VRS satellite racing cars. It's the number 33, which is in second place, the Mugen Sim Racing team, Zoltan Varkonyi at the wheel of that at the moment, and around about, good sizable gap between the two cars at the moment. And then rounding off the top three at the moment is the GSR team, driven there by Tony Paparinopoulos. Right now, just around about 9/10 of a second off of the provisional pole position time. Then is the number 51 of the Ramada Motorsport Audi, driven by Carlos Basta. We saw him just have a little bit of a moment at the second Lesmo earlier on in the session, 1.1 seconds off the pace. And then it's the Pro Sim car, the 007. We saw all four of them going, hand in hand, trying to get some good lap times on the board. Unfortunately, we don't know who's at the wheel of that car, but they are currently in fifth place, 1.5 seconds off of the leaders right now. But looking pretty good. I mean, you're looking at it right now. The leaders fastest and purple through sectors 1 and 2, but maybe not necessarily through sector 3 at the moment. I'm struggling to see where they've lost time on that lap at all to anybody else.
It's a difficult one for sure, because with the consistency that Henri and Zoltan have in this early stage of qualifying, it really is these 1/10 of a second, these 2/10 of a second that you're going to get from random little bits on the track, maybe trying something a little bit new, going a little bit wider on the exit of Parabolica, maybe going, a little bit earlier on the brakes into Prima Variante, or through the Lesmos, trying to hold that little bit more power. It's really, the luxury of having such a long qualifying time is that you get to try all sorts of things, and we get guilty when we're driving it, whether you're in real life racing or you're sim racing, of not wanting to try anything new. You kind of stick to what you know, and it becomes very difficult to go off that line, to try and push it that little bit further, because at the end of the day you don't want to really make a mistake like you see with the Audi there in second place, as I'm watching it there going round of Zoltan Varkonyi. Again, it's just being able to have the confidence in the car, have the confidence in the setup, and more importantly, have the confidence, Kieran, in yourself as a driver.
That's probably why I'm up here instead, David. No confidence in me from myself, and probably from my teammates. Probably a good reason why. But there is Varkonyi now making his way in towards the pit lane and coming back into the pits. 45.5 was that last lap time, so he's pulled that advantage down that Henri Cynic did set to just under 0.3 of a second. So going back out again in that Audi. It's a great liveried Audi, isn't it? It's a grey front, purple back, and it's leaving the pit lane now.
Yeah, it looks absolutely fantastic, and it brings you on to another point that we were talking about how seriously these teams and these drivers take it. This is just a perfect example, as we can see into the pits on cue, and that's an interesting line through that first corner. It's obviously Henri Cynic just coming out of pit lane. I noticed him in pit lane about 2 minutes ago there, so out for another effort in that McLaren there. But again, the liveries, it's a symptom of how professional these drivers and these teams are nowadays in esports. They've all got brand affiliations, they've got sponsors, they've got partnerships, and they'll be running Twitch streams or driver cams and things like that. And it's amazing the level of professionalism that they have to keep to at all times, and the liveries on these cars, obviously reflecting that, and trying to give their brands that they're associated with as much attention as they possibly can.
That's going to be a huge part as well, isn't it? It's, as you say, sim racing's come leaps and bounds in the last 18 months or so, and it's great to see, there's all this attention now being focused on sim racing, when, even professional drivers in a downtime will now turn to sim racing to sort of keep their, skill set sharpened and make sure they are ready for their next race. So it's fantastic to see, and obviously the allure and the attraction of a long endurance race, a 12-hour of Monza, to put it lightly, just really attract drivers just to have a go and see what you can make of it. If you can make the checkered flag of the endurance, that's enough for a celebration alone.
Yeah, completely.
It really is. And I just, Chris, I wanted to touch on something that you mentioned earlier about the physical aspect of sim racing and real life racing. And I think you were absolutely spot on there, because having done a real life 24-hour race and done sim version of the 24-hour race, I can absolutely guarantee you it is so incredibly intensive. So I was doing it in VR, and I came out of it absolutely exhausted, sweating, and that was only from a 2-hour stint, and I did like 4 of them over the course of the 24 hours. And I think now, to touch into what you were just saying, Kieran, the respect element now that real life racers are giving to sim racers, they've kind of cottoned onto this. They're like, well, actually, this is now a point where we can get a lot of benefit out of this. We can use it as a driver training tool. We can use it to keep our fans engaged with us during off season, or, you know, God forsake that whatever we had last year at the beginning of the motorsport season. So I think respect there to all of these sim racers, and the amount of physical effort that they exert through these endurance events is just off the scale. It's unimaginable. I mean, a lot of these drivers are going to need maybe 2-3 days rest after an event like this, but they don't have it, because the other bit that we haven't said is that most of these drivers are going to be doing more events during every single week. They do 2, 3, 4 events in 1 week. It's they're machines, all of them.
Absolutely. So now, funny you mentioned this. I had the opportunity as part of another commentary team last year, or tail end of last year. I asked Jensen Button, who is part of the Team Rocket Esports squad. I asked him pretty much this kind of question on transferable skill. And it's something that I know I've talked at length about during commentaries, that sim racing offers a very direct comparable to its real life counterpart. Unlike other esports, you're not going to be able to, there's no direct comparable in sort of Call of Duty or Rocket League, for instance. So any kind of sim racing obviously has that physical direct comparable. And I asked Jensen how, having now done both, of course he's driven pretty much anything with an engine, and having of course done the esports side certainly since COVID-19's been with us, and he very much said that in the past, you would certainly have drivers that were very sim-based, very testing-based. So they already had that transferable skill. Yes, of course, they go through the physical rigors and training and what have you to be, car ready, so to speak. But that direct comparable they have from the testing sim to the real car is exactly the same as it is for sim racing to a real life racing car, whether it's a single seater, GT, club racing level, professional level, it doesn't really matter. You still got that direct comparable skill of racing discipline, racing etiquette, braking points, slipstreaming, all of the things that you don't necessarily put a lot of thought into being a transferable skill whilst you're doing the sim racing. They're all disciplines that a real life racing driver has to also learn. So that's where sim racing really kind of stands out. And if lockdown has been a benefit to anything, it's been a benefit to sim racing, and how much bigger the sim racing world has become because of that transferable skill. And as you both have said, real life racing drivers taking opportunities to use sim racing as as training ground, or just keeping the just as practice, if nothing else. Gives them something to do when they couldn't obviously go out and do the real thing. But that's the joy of sim. Well, one of the many joys, as far as we're concerned, of sim racing is that direct transferable skill.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with everything that you just said there, Chris. It's bizarre, and I'm going to make a comment here. I certainly consider myself, I don't know about yourself, Chris, as one of the old school, the old guard of commentary and of sim racing. Certainly been around a day, and seeing where it is now compared to, like, say, 15 years ago when I was just getting started on something like Live for Speed, It's bizarre to see this level of production. You know, we've got a full production team, TV team behind the scenes here, bringing these awesome pictures to you guys at home, you know, 10 to 12 drivers, or sorry, teams even, who have been professionally practicing for several weeks for this event, and it's a far cry from where it was, say, 10 years ago.
When you were a bonny wee lad.
That's exactly where I was going with that one.
Oh, you don't look old enough to remember Live for Speed. And that, funnily enough, again, me and Kieran were talking yesterday about where we started our sim racing, where our sim racing journeys began. And Live for Speed was indeed mine. And on a keyboard and mouse, would you believe? Now, I've always said that sim racing doesn't have to be the home of the elite. Okay, when you're in the very top echelons, yes, you are probably going to want to have the good stuff. But it doesn't have to be. You don't have to shell out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of euros on stuff that certainly starting out, you just don't need. I look under my desk at my steering wheel. That's a good 6 years old. But you can start very small and still do very, very well.
Yes, it takes me back to my Logitech Momo and live for Speed on City Driving servers. That was the day. Good friend of mine, John Monroe, incredibly fast sim racer, still has the most basic sim racing setup: wheels on the desk and a pedal. And it's a far cry from all these £1,000 simulator rigs, and he can still absolutely destroy me at any sim. So awesome stuff. Kieran, can you believe we're already nearly a half an hour into qualifying, and it's almost time for us to take a very short break, isn't it?
It is indeed. It's absolutely flown by, but there's more qualifying action on the way. I can guarantee you of that. If you saw the practice session yesterday, you'll know that already. But we'll go to a quick message from our sponsors, and we'll be back with qualifying very shortly.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Well, welcome back to qualifying. If you've just missed it, well, you have just missed it. Nikolai Bezrikov has just gone for a spin and into the wall out of the second Lesmo there. But of course, spins up the rear tyres, gets going again. However, you can't press escape this time around. There you can see this back end just dropped on him, and unfortunately there's no way he's saving that one in that quick succession. So he's now got to limp that car back to the pit lane. They've got to put the repairs on, and hopefully you can get that car back at least in one piece out there. But of course, I'm joined by David Christie and Chris Buxton in the commentary box for this qualifying session. I'll come to you first, David. I mean, as you said to me, it's absolutely flown by this qualifying session.
Yeah, it is going by very, very quickly. And the thing is you see that it's an hour and a half for qualifying. You think, oh my goodness me, this is just going to go on and on and on. And it never does. It's always like suddenly we've got 55 minutes in. And what will always happen from my experience is that you can have it as 16 hour long as a qualifying session, and it always gets down to the last 15 minutes. And then just all hell breaks loose. So watch out for that. I think Henri Cynic is going to be toppled. Zoltan is desperately trying to chip away, and he's taking personal best on sector here and a personal best on sector there. He will eventually get that up. He's gone purple actually in sector 2, so yeah, watch out for Zoltan. But again, I'm looking at Carlos Basto as well. There's a lot of pace there, but there doesn't seem to be the consistency that we're seeing from the likes of the 007 Pro Sim team there as well. So a lot will change over the next 55 minutes. So yeah, this is very intriguing to say the least.
It is at the moment, and we just saw then the number 717, Denis Eschenko, going for a little bit of a detour at the first Lesmo there for the Unison Racing team. But yes, Chris, we're expecting this rain. It hasn't actually arrived yet, and we're about halfway through the first qualifying session. We're not made to be liars, are we?
The weather deceiving us. Who'd have thought? I think we might get away with it. I've been periodically looking at the weather radar. We might be spared certainly in the immediate time. What it's going to do in our night session? Oh, wouldn't that be dramatic if the rain came at night? Goodness me, that would be fun. But yeah, so far so good for our drivers. Of course, they want these ideal conditions to continue along their merry way. There's a few people I want to keep an eye on as well that we didn't really see come to we didn't see their full potential yesterday in practice. For instance, the number 23 car currently under the control of Christoforos Karoli. I don't think we saw a great deal of the GSR McLaren. It was certainly out there. It was certainly doing the laps, but I don't think we saw a great deal of it. Also, Rui Reis in the 74 car. Now that's one of the Deuces Motorsport Club's McLarens. They were very late to the session. We only really saw them for a few minutes yesterday. So we don't know where they're going to stack up in the pecking order. So several people I'm sort of keeping an eye on to see where they fall. But already we're seeing really, really close times. I've just seen Caraoli bypass the first chicane entirely. But looking at the gaps in between everybody, you got 2 tenths from first to second, so between Sonique and Vacconi. 7 tenths, 2 tenths, half a tenth, 4.5 tenths, 2 tenths. There's no colossal gap. I mean, it may well be 2.3 seconds separating the top 10, and we had bigger gaps than that yesterday. So we're now starting to see the true pecking order come out. So now it's going to be the time when like I say, the actual hierarchy order is established. But we've still got, like I said, another just under an hour of this session, and then another hour and a half session in the dark. And that could also that provides some amazingly difficult challenges. If you get so used to how a track looks in the daylight, you kind of automatically think, oh well, it'll be fine in the dark. And the way that the light works in the dark, which sounds like a strange sentence until you've actually tried it, is a very, very different discipline. You obviously, track knowledge is of course important, but when you do that in the dark, especially if there's going to be moisture out there, that's going to catch quite a few people out, I dare say.
Just a couple of people. Just a couple of people. It's no big deal, though, obviously. We've all been there before in these changeable weather conditions. And then, of course, you throw in the fact that there could be thunderstorms on the way and heavy rain. Sun's just poking through the clouds at the moment as we see the Unison racing car sliding their way through in towards the second Lesmo. There is a Carioli in the number 23 McLaren into the pit lane, third fastest at the moment. Just around about 9/10 off of the lead pace at this moment in time, but we are just over a third of the way through this qualifying session, and it is the number 64 car, the VRS Satellite Racing, at least the first VRS Satellite Racing car, topping the table right now. Henri Cynic setting that lap time. We're riding on board with him as he makes his way onwards down towards the Rettifilio chicane. Having a car emerge on the right hand side might be a little bit close, but hey ho, he's made it through down in towards the Rettifilio chicane. Really got to attack this, haven't you, Chris? Over those curbs, and the suspension can handle it.
Yeah, these GT cars do handle the bumps fairly well, but even still, they're still very, very low slung. That was the 007 Pros in Bentley that was on his way out of the pits and probably got a bit of a shock seeing the 64 McLaren bearing down on him. So Henri Sadiq flying up towards the D'Arlogia now. Gets that car nicely turned in, bounces over the curbs. Again, you don't really see the single-seaters do that because they don't ride the curbs anywhere near as well. Into Lesmo 1. So we know what this looks like from the external shot, but this is what it looks like from the bonnet cam. Bouncing over the rumble strip on the outside. There's a bit of a camber on the second Lesmo. Just catches that apex. They don't want to be hitting that one too hard because that apex is really, really high. And we saw several cars backwards into the wall on the right-hand side as we're looking at it now because they hit that apex way too hard. Into Ascari, just past the 100-meter board, down a couple of gears. Oh, didn't quite get the first apex right. The tail tried to get away from him, but he caught it very nicely. We saw a lot of people cutting that apex quite heavily on the exit with Ascari, but he's caught that one. I think he's kind of backed out of this one now. Yeah, you can see he's not getting over to the left in so much of a hurry. He's now off the gas entirely. He's come out of this lap, but still remains at the top of the tree with a 45.314. And now we've had an improvement behind him. Actually, well, that pole time's been improved upon since we started talking about it. But Zoltan Verconi is actually set the second quickest time with a 1:45.351. That's only 37 thousandths off the top spot, which now leaves a nearly 9/10 gap back to third position. But still, plenty of time for our drivers to do something about it.
Plenty of time indeed, and as you can see from the as Chris was alluding to, that gap between first and second place the teams anyway, 3.037 seconds, as we saw Ryan Nash in the other VRS Satellite Racing car going for a spin out of the first Lesmo then and clouting the wall just for good measure. And of course that car now has to be taken back to the pit lane. They've got to try and repair it the best they can, and hopefully they'll hope. If there's a track you really don't want aero damage, it's a track like Monza. You can't afford any drag on the car whatsoever. David, I hope that you're back with us now. I hear you've been having some issues.
Looking slightly wider as my camera just overheated there. We avoided a major technical meltdown, but it's all good, boys. I'm back with you. What can I say? Look, you said that there. I mean, that is the last thing that you want to have is the fact that, you know, if you put it into the wall, you're then going to have whatever time penalty that you have to take getting that car repaired and getting that car fixed up as well. Not to mention the damage that does to your confidence during qualifying as well, in a time where you're really trying to push it as far as you can. Can you then go back out and really hammer it to the best of that car's ability? I don't know, but we'll certainly see. I was noticing Ray Reese in the 74 as well. I thought he'd actually put the car into the wall earlier on because he was actually going so far off track to avoid it, but then managed to get back on. So I think he was unperturbed by that. But again, it just shows how hard these drivers are pushing with what's that? Less than 50 minutes to go, 47 minutes to go. Now we're starting to see them starting to take liberties with both track limits and with the traction as well.
Yeah, a good point there. And obviously they're trying to get these lap times in before this rain is supposed to come. Hopefully we get an idea of what that's doing. And has anybody checked the radar lately? It's a very menacing radar that we've got here. It's looking okay so far for the drivers, but that rain is definitely on its way. We just can't tell you when it's going to hit, but there's some heavy rain on the horizon there. I can see why the drivers are sort of getting in these lap times now.
Maybe it's the GT4 squad that are doing a rain dance. Maybe they want a bit of an equaliser out there. But yeah, it's definitely looming. We're going to have rain at some point, but of course, none of us know exactly when that is going to occur. So this is why these drivers are doing as many laps as they possibly can now. Now, generally, qualifying sessions have these long spells of where nobody is out there. They want to be going down to the banzai phase, as I call it, the last few minutes of any session. But these guys don't want to be risking that, because if they leave their good laps too late, that's when the rain's going to fall, and then they've got absolutely no chance of doing anything about it. So they want to be getting out there and just getting the laps in over and over again. Of course, they may well let all of their drivers have a crack at the qualifying, but I would imagine they're probably going to stick with their top guns right now. Or, again, you might actually find that the quickest times come in the dark. Some people may just have that extra bit of confidence to do that little bit more when the sun has set. But, again, if the rain happens when it's dark, then that rather turns that theory upside down.
Just slightly. However, all this strategy, all of this, trying to work the brain power together to make sure you come up with a good strategy, it comes in qualifying as well. Who's going to be the driver that drives this car at this point? The track's improving. Should we throw this driver into the car and see what happens as we see one of them cloud in the curbs and completely missing the third part of Ascari? Unfortunately, that lap time is going to be abandoned then and even disallowed, because you can't take Ascari like that. You can't take Ascari straight anymore, at least making our way up towards Parabolica. But another lap time at least is on the board. Still got 3/4 of an hour left of this qualifying session. And remember, if you're just tuning in, where have you been? You've missed a great qualifying session so far, where the gap between the leaders and the lead teams is 0.037 seconds. It's mightily close. And if you tuned into practice yesterday, you'll already know that these drivers are going to already be fierce rivals in their own teams, let alone against each other. So looking forward to seeing how that pans out during the race. Obviously, we're seeing now Denis Eschenko in that Unison Racing 717, that beautiful Corvette. I've said this to Chris yesterday, I love the rear wing. I absolutely love the rear wing on that car. It looks beautiful, doesn't it?
The whole thing looks good as far as I'm concerned, and the roar it makes, my word, that car sounds glorious as it comes roaring past. Yeah, Denis Eschenko is in the car at the moment. Unfortunately, they're the slowest GT3 team at the moment. 1:48.876 has been their best so far. So 3.5 seconds off the top time, but that's right, not everybody is good at the kind of one lap pace. They may well just go on and on and on and on to just keep working at it. And like you were saying, David, there may well be a confidence issue in there if they've had a bit of a spin or what have you. It does make you question the lines you're doing, especially if you're really pushing as hard as you can, just struggling to find that extra bit of time. He does sort of play on the mind. We always talk about the mental game and how important that is, even in sim racing terms. So Dennis may need to just kind of sit himself down and say, no, I can do this. Let's find where those extra tenths are. But hopefully that we'll see the Unison Racing 717 a bit further up the grid as the session continues.
Yeah, the great thing about that as well is that despite them at the moment being 3.5 seconds off the pace, that can mean almost next to nothing in the race when you're at the back of the grid. All it takes is for you to be opportunistic and for you to take your chances when they come, and for other people to have misfortune, and you're going to very slowly start picking your way through the order. It's actually a little bit easier being at the back of the grid compared to the front of the grid, and it sounds counterintuitive, but when you've got faster cars in front of you, you learn on the job from them. You watch their lines, you instinctively follow those cars and you find that you end up starting, without any effort yourself, bringing down those lap times very, very quickly. So if that's me in the 717, that's my first job now with about just over half an hour to go, 42 minutes left to go in the session. I want to find any other car on track, and I want to get as close to them as possible, follow them round for a lap, see where they're braking, see where they're putting on the power, and just try and learn from that, and also get a cheeky little tow in the meantime as well.
That can certainly help with the long straights that the Monza has. We're not really seeing anybody do that. No one wants to help their competitors. So we're not seeing a lot of that right now. But, I mean, who knows what happens as the session continues. Something else I wanted to mention as well. The 777 team, I believe, had a last-minute driver change in Mads I believe it's pronounced Hedegaard. I'm sure I'll be shouted at by our Danish contingent for butchering the name. So I think he was the last minute dropped in because one of the regular drivers was actually unwell for this event. So keeping an eye on Mads Hedegaard to see how well he does in the 777 Audi. I'm trying to think. I don't think we saw that team yesterday. I don't recall seeing a DSR Nightmare team out there. We definitely saw the pro sims, representing the Danish squad. So I think I don't know that we saw them in practice yesterday. No doubt they've done some practice. They've still had a 47.2, which is still pretty damn quick. Us mere mortals would love a lap time of that kind of ilk. But yeah, I'm keeping an eye on him, see how well he does.
Might be worth as well keeping an eye on the we're seeing the Alpine making their way now in through Ascari, and when you're being chased down by a GT3 McLaren, that's always going to be terrifying alone. We've got a Bentley out there as well that looks even bigger in the rear view mirrors, but the sole GT4 entrance so far, and a great experience. I mean, I think it's a team of 12-year-old go-kart drivers who have just come together, jumping into the Alpine and just putting some lap times on the board. Their fastest lap time so far, a 57.4, which is, it's not really fair to compare it to the GT3 times, but fairly representative lap time for a GT4 car. Under 2 minutes. It's a good lap time to start with, and see how they go for the rest of the session. But Viaducten, I think is how you pronounce it, which I believe translates to ducklings, if I'm right in thinking that. But who knows? I could be horribly, horribly wrong.
Yeah, great to see them out, the Danish team of Magnus Berg and Victor Dahl there. As you said, they're 12-year-old go-karts. It's just starting out on their sim racing journey. How cool is that? That's so awesome. It's kind of humbling as well for us in the commentary box to see, someone somewhere just starting out their little sim racing adventure here with us at GTR 24H. It's fantastic stuff. And look, what better car to do that in than the Alpine GT4. A beautiful car, handles really nicely, very stable, very planted, so perfect car for getting your way through here. And I would say they've actually picked the best class to go in. Yes, there is nobody else there, so guaranteed a win, that's always a bonus. But also, how important is it in these endurance races to learn about traffic, to learn about manoeuvring in the night when you've got cars trying to pass you left, right and centre? So they're going to get a lot of experience from tonight, and I'm pretty sure they'll get a good performance out of this as well.
I can already see in the YouTube chat there's already a big support for Viaducten. Yeah. So far, it's the biggest support we've had for a team so far tonight. But if you're watching along, obviously in the YouTube chat, welcome along. Hopefully you're enjoying the action so far in this qualifying session, and hopefully you'll let us know who you're supporting, who you're maybe you're even racing as a driver in this event. Let us know if there's anything we're missing. We need to know it right now. Let us know in that YouTube chat. Of course, we'll try and read all we can. But if the action gets a little bit too intense, I think we can be forgiven for just fixating on what's in front of us at the moment. Mm-hmm. The Alpine now makes their way towards the line, and the Viaducten team crossing the line, I think last time around 59.2 on that last lap time, so there might have been a driver change. Unfortunately, we can't tell who's in that car at the moment. Hopefully that'll change on their end for tomorrow, so we just know it is the number 4 car running slightly deep into the Rettifilo chicane. Oh, and spinning around a Pirate right in front of the McLaren as well, giving him a flash through as well. That could have ended worse.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a scary moment. I was saying about the experience that they're going to be having here this weekend. That's probably not the sort of experience I was talking about there. But yeah, they got off that one relatively well. Good, clean rejoin. And yeah, that's we'll just pretend like that never happened, shall we?
I'll tell you who else is also having a struggle out there is the 62 BMW, Alexander Zakharov. Now, I've just spotted him parked on the side of the road. For some reason, I'm not sure he was letting anybody through because it didn't seem to be anyone near him. But a few minutes ago, he's gone for yet another spin. We've seen that BMW a few times facing the wrong way. Seems to be on the exit of Lesmo 2 where he's having most trouble. So, trouble for the Unison Racing BMW, it would seem. But still, plenty of time for the Russians to iron that out. Hopefully, they'll find the right formula soon. Oh, there's someone's rear wing that he's just hit.
Ryan Nash in the McLaren just absolutely destroyed the side of his car there. Snap oversteer over the curbs and into the barrier with a horrendous smash. That's one of those that if it happens in real life, guys, even up in the commentary box, you're like, ooh, it's not something that you want to see.
That's a lot of wincing going on, but another one of the joys of sim racing, no one's picking up that repair bill, so that would be quite a bit. There would be a lot of the tyre barrier scattered around on that one.
I can see that McLaren's really limping back to the bit. It is crabbing underneath the old banking here. You'll see as it comes through underneath the old banking. Yeah, you can see that is a heavy crab on that car. That's implicit of suspension damage, especially on the rear. It took a hefty whack. So I wonder how much time this is going to set this team back. It's going to be a long repair time for the number 65 team. That's one of the VRS satellite racing cars. And even just trying to keep that car in check, another spin and another hit into the wall there at Ascari. That's not going to do the front any good either. And of course, they can't just hit escape now. They've got to limp that car back to the pit so they can repair it.
In a manner of speaking, again, we mentioned this yesterday during practice, that this is actually an ideal practice to learn how to drive the car in an unideal way. So, they've done hundreds and hundreds of laps and thousands of kilometres with the car in perfect shape. So there's going to be a time when they've hit a curb too hard, they've made a mistake, maybe in the night hours where they have hit a wall, and if you haven't practiced driving the car in a position where it's not ideal, I mean, this is a little extreme, I grant you, but this is actually an ideal opportunity to learn to drive the car when it's got that little bit of damage, when it's slightly misbehaving, so you don't necessarily have to pit immediately after an incident, because you could just repeat it in a lap or so. So this is a bit of an extreme way of practicing with damage, but at least he's off the road and behaving himself, allowing those to continue their laps.
Yes, and I think he was instructed to put the pit limiter on as he was coming through there, just to make sure the car's under control and under his own power as he now gets the car back to the pit lane. And it's sort of going to be a hefty reason. Oh, he's got another car off the second Lesmo. That's Vangelis Parginos in the Team Aston racing car. And, yep, coming together with the wall there. A bit of polystyrene brought with it as well. But a hefty whack into the wall. And then the exit of the second Lesmo, I think that is.
Oh, yeah, you hate to see it, you really do. But again, it goes back to saying about all the drivers pushing really hard in qualifying. One of the great things that I've just noticed, actually looking at the time screens, look at that, that's 10 drivers now, around about 2 seconds of each other. Obviously, it's a fantastic time there for Henri Senic there to get that pole time there. But it's not by all that much, because Zoltan Verkonye really closing in on him quite fast, and you've got 4 drivers within 1 second. So this is, at this point in time, granted we've still got half an hour to go in this qualifying session and another qualifying session coming up very shortly, this is going to be very close for the race tomorrow.
It really is. And of course, with these 2 qualifying sessions, the fastest lap time you set in this session and the fastest lap time you set in the second session, they're added together, divided by 2, giving you an average lap time, and that is what is used to decide the grid for tomorrow's race. And of course, if that second session is hit by wet weather, it makes the gap to make sure you're on the pace even more difficult, because now you're trying to gauge, well, this is what the dry pace was like. What about the wet pace now? Is the wet pace going to cost us? Now you're trying to compromise not only between the setup, but it's literally, it might be two different quality setups you might have. But of course, it's tit for tat. It really is. You can't tell which way this one's going to go.
Nope, that is the joy of mixed weather. So, no complaints from us on that one. I'm sure the drivers aren't best pleased about it. I'm currently watching Zoltan Vaconi in his quest to try and make up that short amount of time that he's behind the pole time. He's pushing quite hard, but it's a little bit of a scruffy lap, this one, so it's unlikely to topple the mighty time of Henri Sinic. Although saying that, he was quite a bit quicker in Sector 2 than the top guy. I think he's pulled over, he's off the gas, he's coming back in again, so that lap was indeed invalidated as I thought it was. And now he did a 35 flat in Sector 2. That's 7/10 quicker than Henri Sinic in the McLaren in the pole spot at the moment. Now, it's not unfathomable that some of these cars are going to behave better in certain areas than others. But my goodness me, that's a hell of a lot of time in one single sector. That seems more to do with how that's performed than car difference, but also could indicate there's still plenty of time out there to be found. So hopefully some of our, the other guys can maybe close in a bit more, because we still have that big 9/10 of a gap. 9/10 of a second gap in between second and third. The 23 car of currently driven by Andrus Roosevelt. I think that's sort of driver change as well, as we've been talking. But hopefully they'll be able to close it in, but still, it was just over half an hour to go, and still time to be found.
Yeah, Denis Yushchenko there lost a wheel on that car. He had a moment going through Ascari. We were seeing it just playing back there, and lost, I think it was his front left. It was a front wheel that he lost there, so he's now having to try and limp that back to the pits. Then hopefully the team will be able to put a new tyre on that car, as Rui Hayes now goes third fastest in that number 74 car. The Juices Motorsport Club McLaren now making their way down towards the Rettifilio chicane. Good lap time though. Purple third sector, I believe, 46.1. That now brings them within 9/10 of a second of our pole sitter at the moment, the number 64, which is the VRS Satellite Racing team. And this is where you've got a situation here where VRS have put in two teams, which obviously you can do. One side of the garage is currently on provisional pole position. The other side of the garage is having to put in heavy repairs at the moment on that car. Kind of a tale of two sides of the coin.
Yep, I don't envy them at the moment. I wouldn't want to be their team leader. We're also seeing some greens of some personal best sectors being set. Ryan Nash is on a good one. He's just on a 35.6 in the middle sector in the 65 car. So he's doing well, and Peterson as well. But before we have a look at how the grid is shaping up, we'll have a quick break and a word from our sponsors.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the qualifying session for the 12-hour Monza special, hosted by GT24R. Chris Buxton, Kieran McGinley and Dave Christie in the commentary box for this session. And we have got less than half an hour to go of the first part of qualifying. So this will be the daytime session. And we have a 1.5 hour session of the night qualifying then to come straight afterwards. So Henri Sinique still with the 1:45.314 top pole time, as we are looking currently at Denis Ishchenko, who's been slowly whittling away the gap between himself, or trying to, I should say, to whittle away the gap between himself and the 14 car of Vangelis Pargonis. But he's struggling a little bit to try and find the pace. Every time he makes an improvement, so does the ones ahead of him. But Henri Sinique still with the top time, 1:45.314. It did look like he was out for he got a new sector one and then came back in the pits, unfortunately, so not sure what happened there for him. But it's been a pretty busy session so far. We haven't had any real lulls, have we, gents?
It's been nice and quiet, hasn't it? I mean, apart from several cars costing a couple of tens of thousands of pounds worth of damage to their car, no, it has been relatively quiet, actually, which is a good thing because it just shows how hard they're trying. What I've noticed as well, and you guys might have noticed this as well, the gap from Ryan Nash to Nikolai Bezrukov, 7th and 8th place now, that's quite a wide gap. About half a second now, just between those two cars. So the top 7 cars there split by 1.2 seconds there, and it's a cracking lap actually. Ryan Nash gets a better lap in there, but that's now what, as I say, about half a second, 0.6 of a second between 7th and 8th place there, but up until 1st to 7th, that's just over a second. It's very, very close, and it's only going to get closer with the threat of that rain looming.
Absolutely. You've got several teams that are very, very close in time. 3rd to 4th, that's the 74 car of the Deuces Motorsport Club, the UK-US combination in the McLaren, but, only 0.07 of a second ahead of the 23. That's the GSR, Team GSR, the Greek squad in the McLaren. The gap between 5th and 7th is only a 10th between the 51, the 007 and the 65. So, again, we hope that this continues because that's going to end up with some brilliant racing. But again, it comes back to consistency. Can they continue to do that time after time after time after time, especially when they're fatigued and if the weather plays a part in it? That's going to be the big question. I'm sure we've all seen it in an endurance event where the favourites start strong and then you come back a few hours later and their car's been in the wall 3 times. So that's going to be the biggest teller. But certainly basing on pace, we're in for a very close race.
We absolutely are. And you get this feeling, or at least I get this feeling, and Kieran, Chris, you guys can answer this one for yourself, but you just get that unnerving feeling that there's something coming around the corner. There's something about to happen to this qualifying session that's going to shake things up absolutely massively. And, 22 minutes, that's now time when we start to see, these real Hail Mary laps coming in where you're just absolutely throwing it in. We saw that about 3 laps ago with Henri Sinic, despite being in pole position, set a purple sector 1 and then just colossally straight-lined it towards the tail end of the lap when he was coming over Ascari and ditched the lap, went into pit lane. But you get the feeling there could be something quite special on the cards here, don't you?
Certainly true. There's our pole sitter is just come out of the pits again. And again, that's something else we're seeing. Certainly from them in particular, they're just doing lap on lap on lap on lap. They're not leaving any real time on the table. And that's absolutely the right thing to do, especially if the threat of rain is there. Just going to check the radar again, because I have noticed the sun seems to have disappeared from the track at the moment. Again, it's on its way, but it's how much of a difference it's going to make. Again, we don't know that any more than the drivers do. So I'm glad to see that they're utilising the time as best they can. That is I think that's the treble 7 DSR Nightmare squad, the Danish team, right ahead of Henri Sinic. So that's not going to please him. At least Henri isn't on a hot lap at the moment because he doesn't want to disturb the treble 7 team. If they are on a hot lap, he won't know any different. Oh my goodness me, he's still pushing hard though, isn't he? He's not wasting any time. He doesn't want to be behind that Audi at the wrong point. There he goes. He's now backing away from it. He needs to give himself a decent amount of space. There's no one particularly behind him, or no one anywhere close behind him at least. So he's got time to build up a gap, or he's got track time, so to speak, because there's no one bearing down on him. There he goes. Now starting to plant the throttle through Parabolica to wind up for another lap. But as we saw from other people setting some really incredible sectors, there's still time out there to be found. So, that pole time's been there for a while. The 1:45.314 on the 64 car. So there's still opportunities for that to be beaten as long as the weather holds.
Main thing, isn't it? But I'm just seeing here Zoltan Vakonyi has just set the personal best lap time for the team through sector 1 as he now approaches in through sector 2. So keep one eye on that car, on that grey and purple fantastic liveried car there, the number 33 Mugen Sim Racing team in Saudi, now making our way on towards the Curva del Seraglio, underneath the old banking. And I was saying to Chris yesterday how that old banking is so historic. It's a bit disused, and now it's got plants growing in the cracks where they formed. But it's a great place to just watch over. Through now we go through Ascari, back onto the power again, where the confidence starts to grow. Back now onto towards the final corner at Parabolica, and a bit of a lackluster sector 2 time at the moment. 35 flat, still relatively on the pace, but not their personal best. Then we go through Parabolica and onto the start-finish line once again. Is this Audi going to complete the lap time? He's teased us before about finishing the lap. He is going to finish the lap this time around towards the line. Is this going to be an improvement? It is going to be an improvement because it's now your new provisional pole position time, 45.203, and that puts the Mugen Sim Racing team on provisional pole, at least in this session.
1.5 tenths he found that time around to secure the pole time, and that's going to wake up the 64 squad as well. Henri Sinic, he's certainly improved on sector times. It doesn't seem to have strung it all together at the moment to really get that pole time back again. But still, that's increasing the gap between second and third. That's now nearly a second between those two positions alone. The 74 car, Rui Reis, we believe, is in control of that one at the moment. He's out there. Where is he? He's back in the pits, I beg your pardon. So, no, the 74 car isn't doing any laps at the moment. That is the Deuces Motorsport Club. Their McLaren back in the pits. But does Henri Sinic have an answer? Well, he's coming out again. We've seen him leave the pits quite a few times. in the session, so he still seems to be struggling to getting underway for some reason. Maybe you see the sun has gone, so the track temperature has probably dropped quite a bit since the previous pole times was set. So that could be affecting how their car in particular is behaving. We will have to see, but Audi comes again to try and reclaim that pole time with just under 18 minutes to go. As a reminder, we do have another hour and a half session in the darkness. Again, that weather is still the great unknown of the qualifying overall. Oh, he's catching up with the GT4 Alpine. Oh, Vladukin. I can't say it properly. Vladukin. Or Ducklings is saying, he's gotten out of the way. Very nicely done. And that could be a problem. I mean, if he's on his own lap, he has to be wary of the GT3s. But at least he hasn't held up Henri at all. So very nicely done.
Oh, I've got to just quickly jump in. 17 minutes to go in the qualifying session, and Veladis Corrales for the number 14 team, the GSR team Aston, just absolutely smacked into the wall. I think that was actually around Biazono, the turn 2, as it were, into the front right there. I think there was heavy damage on the front right, but kept it going there. But 15 minutes left to go. That is not what you want to be doing, is it?
No, and that's a very wounded Aston trying to limp its way back as the sole Aston Martin in the field. Under the Veladis Corrales, that was my favourite name from yesterday. It's just coming through Ascari at the moment. That's an unhappy Aston, so he'll be crawling his way back. They'll have time to get back out on track and do some more laps, but like you were saying earlier, David, that's going to be a confidence denter as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. And with 15 minutes to go, I'd hesitate to say that's going to be their first qualifying session done and dusted. If it was me, actually, I would be pulling the car in, pulling the team in, getting some refreshments, getting a little bit of a breather and settling down and trying to regroup for qualifying session number 2. I don't personally think that there's much else that they're going to be able to get out of this qualifying session. That can't be said, however, for the likes of Zoltan Verkonyi, Henri Senique and Rui Reis as well. It's so tight at the top. Although I say that, it's tight between Zoltan Verkonyi and Henri Senique, but it's a completely different ballpark field back to Rui Reis and the likes of Andre Roosevelt in 4th place as well. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, very, very closely knit, even down to the 007 Pro Sim team. But that 1st and 2nd place, they are on a different class right now.
They are at the moment, certainly, but whether that's going to hold for race consistency, it remains to be seen. But they're not resting on their laurels. Zoltan Verkonyi is still lapping. He's just coming through Parabolica now. So they haven't just parked it and thought, that's as much as I'm going to get. They're still getting out there and doing as much mileage as they can. I think Henri Senique's actually not far behind him, so indeed he is. So the McLaren and the Audi are on the same stretch of track at the moment, and Henri Senique has just improved on his time, but not his position. 1:45.260 now, just 58 thousandths of a second. That's half a tenth. That's half the time it takes to blink behind Zoltan Verkonyi at the moment. So again, we did say there was time out there to be found, and Henri Senique is determined to try and get that pole time back.
Yeah, Henri Senique has found that time in the final sector, gone purple now through the final sector, which has now brought him and his team closer to the front of the pack. They were just over a tenth, they're now around half a tenth off of the pole position time. Remember, these times are a stepping stone to where they start tomorrow. We have got a second 90-minute qualifying session, and then those two get added together. We get an average of the 2 lap times when we divide them by 2. That starts and that decides the grid for tomorrow's race. This is just the first step, but you need to get the step forward that you need, as we see then the number 64, the VRS satellite racing team, at least one of the cars, having a field day at the moment, making their way now up towards Ascari chicane. And we saw then the 3 cars behind behind or emerging from the pit lane. Well, you can tell now the checkered flag's just drawing nearer and nearer, because now the drivers are out there trying to find their space out on track. And this is probably where you'll probably get the last stints now, and you might even have a pit stop rather than coming back to the garage to change the tyres, maybe a top up of fuel halfway through this stint, because you could probably get 2 laps, pit, and then another 2 laps to finish off the session.
Yeah, for sure. And strategy plays like such a huge part in this. When you're at the tail end of this top 10 qualifying session, you've got a lot more luxury, because you can afford to just throw the dice, see what happens, and if it doesn't work, then it doesn't really cost you all that much. But when you're in the top 5, you're restricted, I would say, a lot more, because you kind of don't really want to do anything that hampers your chances for the next qualifying session. I would go so far to say, unless they strongly feel that they can make any big improvements on this, you might find that they're going to think twice about actually going back out for the final 10 minutes. If they're already out on track, then absolutely. But as you can see there from some of the onboards that we're seeing there, just how hard we're pushing. I was also watching, I think that's Ryan Nash in the 65. He had a huge moment coming through. Where was that? That was coming through Variante Ascari there. The tail end of that car was firing about all over the place. And again, just proving that point of, it's that risk and rewards relationship, and this constant thing that the drivers have to do is the outcome of what is going to happen here at qualifying worth putting the car into the wall or potentially costing another 10-15 minutes of damage? That's the question that the drivers have to ask themselves.
Riding on board with Voladis Corrales in the number 14 Aston. Now, one thing you'll notice, if you just kind of look at the behaviour of the car, we saw a fair amount of this yesterday, where the sort of bigger cars, the Corvette, the Aston and the Bentleys in particular, were really sliding quite a lot through the corners. Now, it's one way to try and rotate the car. Some drivers prefer the kind of more loose kind of setup where the tail misbehaves in a way to help the car rotate. But we really saw that it was mainly the Audis that stay with that very stable setup. They stay very bedded to the ground, more of an understeer type setup, which may well help some of the drivers. But the McLarens are a little bit mixed, but the McLarens are certainly the most popular car in the field, and there's 4 or 5 of them that we've got to look forward to in this race. But riding on board with the Aston in particular, the tail is absolutely wild. Now, that's going to be interesting, especially if the weather gets a bit more inclement. And with fatigue, if these guys have been in the car for 2 or 3 hours, with the tail dancing around like that, that's going to catch a few people out, I'd have thought.
I've never really understood why the Audi is so popular in any of the Sims, because it's a car that I've never really bonded with. It's one of the fastest cars out there for sure, but the snap oversteer that it is very prone to get is just horrific. It will take no pleasure or no hardship in sending you into the nearest wall with no warning whatsoever. And thankfully, we've not seen any of that from the drivers tonight. They've all managed to tame the beast, as it were, very, very well.
The number 23, just literally as you said that, Andres Rosefall in the McLaren has just misjudged Parabolica there. The tail's got a little bit too wide. I think he may have just been a little bit late on his brakes, so the rear brakes probably locked up a little bit on him as he was starting to enter the corner, and the tail just let go on him. But again, you could expect those if you've been doing lap after lap after hour. Yeah, those little mistakes are going to be what cost them most, especially if they start introducing themselves to concrete.
I was going to say here, Henri Siddick has gone purple through Sector 1, standard Sector 2, so not their quickest through there, but watch out as he makes his way through Parabolica for the VRS satellite team. Back onto the power we go, and on towards the start-finish line. Is this a chance to take back provisional pole position in Q1? Over the line they will go. Is it going to be good enough? No, it's not. It's not. I think the lap could have been abandoned or invalidated in that final sector, but that was looking like it was going to be a really good lap time. Purple Sector 1, then a grey Sector 2, which of course we all means it's not their quickest, and then pretty much backed out in the third one. So I've just built all of that up, and it's come back to bite me, unfortunately.
You've been denied, Mr. McGinley. I mean, how rude. I mean, you go through all that effort, and look what they do. They don't reward you with a pole, but I'm sure they will be back out there. Because, I mean, Henri Sadiq it's just been lap back in. There's been no downtime from that 64 car, although with less than 10 minutes to go, they may have decided to park it. You may have decided enough is enough for now and go towards their nighttime session. I also wouldn't be surprised if we see different drivers in these cars for the nighttime session, because there will be some that either prefer or are simply better than their teammates in that nighttime session. As I was saying before, there's those little subtle differences that affects how you approach any kind of track. It sounds really obvious. Yes, it's dark, but when you're going through these endurance events, there's a certain amount of kind of autopilot that goes on. You know that the particular point on the wall is orange. You know that you need to turn in at this particular point, catch the apex or the rumble strip in a particular way, and you get used to those visual cues. Of course, you're relying a lot on muscle memory. Of course, you are these speeds, but there's a lot of visual cues that you will use, and those visual cues completely change when it's dark. You can't see a lot of these, they're not so easily spotted. So not everybody makes that adjustment from light to dark as easily as some people may think. So how well can they adapt? So I wouldn't be surprised if, like I say, we see the dark experts, the night owls come out that aren't necessarily the daytime quickest. I might be completely wrong, and everybody that we've seen already comes back out again, but more the merrier as far as I'm concerned. But we will see. We will see.
It is a big challenge driving at night, and just to expand on that, from experience, what it tends to happen is that, as you mentioned there, you go from these visual markers, so you'll see the brake boards, which will likely disappear over the course of the 12 hours, but you'll see points, visual landmarks at the side of the road that you'll use to think. You'll see them out the peripheral vision, and that's when you brake, or that's when you start turning in, or that's where you're going to be looking towards your apex. And at night time, you don't have any of that. And what is really surreal when you're driving at night is that it becomes, you mentioned autopilot, and that's exactly what it is, this state of flow, this state of, it's almost like a rhythm that you get into, and you feel like you're counting in your head. You're like, right, now I'm on the brakes, now I'm turning in. It's fascinating when you actually feel that and you actually experience that, and that's exactly what we'll see from these drivers that are about to go in for the nighttime session, because remember, as we said, some of these drivers are going to be in VR as well, and that is a completely different kettle of fish as well. When you're racing and you've got the say the triple monitor set up, or you've got a single monitor, that's something, because your eyes have got the ambient light around you to help balance things out. But when you're in VR, it is just identical to being in a car at night, because all of the external light is blocked out, and your eyes are on stalks, trying to see and trying to amplify any possible light that you've got going in there. So certainly for the guys that are going to be in VR tonight, that is going to be a real big ask for them, and potentially that's actually going to slow them down. But I'd be very interested to see how that one pans out, and we'll find out in just over half an hour's time.
Absolutely. I'm a VR regular, and one of the first times I used VR, particularly for a longer stint, one, you don't have sweat. Those things give off a surprising amount of heat. But equally, you've actually got quite a sizable lump on your head. It's your neck that can really hurt after a while. And again, as mentioned, these guys are going to be in there for several hours. So let's hope that they've actually done some, gotten used to having that thing on for a long period of time, rather irrespective of which VR set they've got. They all have the same characteristics, some better than others, of course. But yeah, I'm a big lover of VR myself. I don't have anywhere near the space for triple monitor. Pros and cons in both directions. But yeah, if you've got that triple monitor setup, it's probably a little bit easier for your eyes to glance, get that peripheral vision, unlike having to move your head to side. Like I say, pros and cons in both directions. I'm very much a VR fan, so I've done a bit of sim racing in VR, but certainly not to endurance levels. So, like you, David, I'm very much looking forward to seeing how that pans out. You know, the different equipment these guys are using, and how well it transpires between the different drivers and setups, of course.
And Kieran, what about you? What side of the VR fence are you on?
As long as I don't crash, you could put anything on me, whether it's looking at a screen or looking at VR. But no, I mean, I've tried it. It is absolutely amazing. It's amazing how quickly you pick up where the buttons on your wheel are, because you can't actually see them. So it's that sixth sense, really, of knowing where exactly everything is, and that's something you can't quite describe. But yeah, as long as I don't crash it, I think I'll have done a good job, no matter what I use.
That's exactly it, and quite often I don't even do that, so you've already beaten me in that respect. But I mean, guys, like 2.5 minutes left to go in qualifying. Zoltan Verkonyi in pole position. We didn't see that one coming about an hour ago, where Henri Senick was sitting quite comfortably at the top of that table there. I can't really see anything changing in the next 2 minutes. Can you guys?
Doesn't seem likely. Well, I mean, Henri Senick is still in the pits, so he's certainly not going to be improving on his time. But yeah, I mean, it was Henri Senick that had the pole time from the practice yesterday. Obviously, it wasn't a pole time in qualifying terms, of course, but it was the 64 car that was at the top of the tree yesterday. So it is, surprising that the 33 Audi has now has beaten off the McLarens to the top of the tree. But as we've said, it's not just this session that constitutes the pole time. It is the average of both this and the night's session that we'll be entering into shortly, once this one, or shortly after this one has ended. So 1.5 minutes left on the clock now. If they haven't started their final lap, they're not going to be able to. As mentioned, a few people are in the pits and don't seem to be in a hurry to get out of it, which is fair enough for them. So yeah, that's the 64 car, Henri Senick, the 74 car, Roy Rees, that's the 23 car, Christoforos Caroli. The 51, the Pedro Ramada is in the pits. Denis Sishenko in the 717. Did improve to a 46.9 in the end, so they have got themselves into 9th spot ahead of the 777, currently in the hands of Liegard. Everyone else is still out there at the moment trying to do what they can. Even the GT4 is out there. So 30 seconds, or just over, before this session will end. Where is Zoltan Verkonyi? He's done a purple sector 1. He's actually Ryan Nash, amazingly, in the 65 that's got purple sector 2. So there's still time being found by other people. No, beg your pardon, it's the 777 now that's just taken the purple sector 2. So how is this going to transpire? Is the 33 Audi going to improve on that already impressive pole time? Around the parabolic, and now has he invalidated the lap somewhere? I don't have a sector 2 time for the Audi, and in he comes. So I wonder if that one got binned. But where is Liegard? There he is in the almost camouflaged Audi. I'm going to say he got the purple sector 2. He's a couple of tenths off the top spot of sector 1. Where is that going to put him? And that is 8th position for the 777 car, and that's actually I think their best sector 3, 46.636 for them, just a tenth of a bit off the 007 Bentley. Is anyone else still going? Yes, we've got that. There is the 007 Bentley, along with the 65 McLaren, still out there doing their thing. We know that the 777 is done. They won't. The checker flag fell before they came over the line, so they won't be able to have another lap. It's right on board with the McLaren. Nope, we won't, because he's just jumped back to the pits. The session is done. So round 1 has gone to the number 33. The Mugen Sim Racing Audi are being piloted by Zoltan Verkonyi. Will the 64 of Henri Senick reclaim that one in the night time, or will it be somebody else? That's another thing we haven't really mentioned. There may well be another rising star in the ranks. We will see.
Just on that point, I mean, with the gap at the top being 5/100ths of a second, I mean, given that this is over an average time, that is absolutely nothing of an advantage to take pole position with just now. So it really does all rest on this nighttime drive.
Very much so. Very much so. As the last laps are being completed, Nygaard is still out there in the treble 7. The Danish DSR Nightmare squad still pressing on. I'm pretty sure the checker flag fell before he got to the line, so this lap may not count, but we'll see. It's coming into Parabolica now. I'm expecting him to pull into the pits after this one. What does he do? The sun's starting to come out again in some parts of the track. Yep, that's what I thought he'd do. He's bringing that one back in. So, soon after this, we'll be heading over to the nighttime session. And again, we'll be heading, as I say, one of the advantages of sim racing is we can play God with the weather to a point. We can advance the time on as much as we like. So, for now, let's have a quick break and a word from our sponsors.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Monza special as held by GTR 24 Hours. Chris Buxton and Kieran McGinley in the commentary box. Dave Christie has a small break. Well, we've allowed him out. He's been good so far. So, on good behaviour, he's been allowed out of the box. Well, As mentioned, well, now Monza is fairly well lit, but as we can see here from the highlights reel, the daytime session was fairly dramatic for quite a few people in mainly the same area. It was mainly on the exit of Lesmo 2 that was catching a lot of people out. Will we see the same again, Mr. McGinley?
Well, we'll have to wait and see at the moment. But yeah, highlights playing from you now from the Q1 session. Of course, we're going to go into Q2 very shortly, which basically gives an average lap time, and that's the lap time that we use for the grid. But coming in towards the Roger chicane as well, you see a lot of drivers clouting the curbs, kicking up some gravel as well on the exit, which might be okay for your qualifying session. But you've got to remember, these cars they've got to try and get through 12 hours. And if you try and play on the suspension too much, you could find that damaged, as we saw as I think it was the 53 car, if I'm right in saying that one. Sorry, the 51 car, the Ramada Motorsport car, hit the wall on the very exit, or the very entry in towards Parabolica there. Then we saw Ryan Nash. He had quite the qualifying session, didn't he? He ended up in the wall. He had to get a suspension-stricken car back to the pit lane. We'll actually see that crash very, very shortly. But yeah, he was pushing to the limit and beyond, and still managed to, I think, get the 6th fastest time in the session.
Yeah, that was quite an effort. There we see the BMW letting go, the Unison racing car. They really struggled to keep that BMW behaved. That was quite a heavy bang, and that wasn't the only time we saw people into that wall. It was, like I said, there was a lot of issues on the exit of the Lesmos. Here's one of the McLarens doing exactly that. It's going way too wide onto the dust, and yeah, nothing was going to save that. No force on earth was stopping that car hitting the wall. Here's an onboard shot of what would have been an onboard shot of the same, but my goodness, it's a few issues on the dry conditions. Now the weather gods seem to have played a bit of a favour to. Oh no, that was the Alpine getting it wrong right in front of the McLaren there. So the weather gods seem to have been kind to our drivers. It does look like the wet weather is actually going to pass by and not affect our drivers. Not that any of us knew that, as we're running simulated weather, so very much the conditions that would have been run, and also how the wet weather would affect the track, were it gonna happen. But it looks like they've been spared. That may change. It's an hour and a half. It's 90 minutes. Anything can happen in that period of time. But as the highlights will come to an end fairly soon, there is a short practice session for our drivers to try and acclimatise to the dark conditions, and there are some parts of the track that are not lit at all. The around the start finish line is fairly well lit, but once you're on the back end of the section through after Del Loggia and into the Lesmos, it is almost pitch black, so that is really going to be testing.
It is, and of course the real weather is what you of course been there, Chris. As
beg your pardon, yes.
We see Ryan Nash into the wall. We saw earlier in the highlights that big crash that caused the suspension damage, but they managed to get that car back out, and it looked to be on the pace, because then afterwards it looked to be pretty a quick car, all things considered. So we'll have to wait and see how if we just join in as Mads Hedegaard got a little bit out of shape coming out of the second Lesmo there, and of course as soon as they spin away from the camera and the lights aren't shining on us anymore, that car just disappears. It's as simple as that. And the beauty of nighttime commentary is that you've got the LED on the top there. That green LED you can see is their position number at that moment in time, so we know that at the moment the Audi is top of the standings, although no time has been set in this session so far. It is just a bit of a practice session, just so that we can get the drivers to join in, get themselves acclimatised to the conditions, and then we can get the second 90-minute qualifying session up and running. And just as I was alluding to earlier, it is the sort of real life weather. This is weather that's happening at Monza right now. So this is it's dry for now. We saw on the weather radar, there we go, got it out eventually. We saw on that radar earlier that it looks like the rain is just passing north of the location at Monza. So at this moment, the rain, we might just escape it, which might be a sigh of relief for the drivers.
I dare say there's going to be a big sigh of relief, because I would have expected them to have practiced certainly in the dry in the day. I'm hoping they've practiced in the darker hours, but generally the wet weather doesn't get as much attention as the dry conditions. So I would say a lot of people are very, very pleased that the conditions are going to remain well behaved. As I'm looking at the 51 car, that's Pedro Ramada, that is in control of the Ramada Motorsports Audi R8. Now, he's just coming to the unlit part of the track. You just see it is so dark. If he was to lose his lights, for instance, or again, if there's another incident already ahead of him that he may not be ready to deal with, there's going to be people caught out with issues like that.
There will be, and it's as simple as that. Nighttime driving is difficult, and it's been said time and time again how difficult it can be, how challenging it is, and when you're coming up against a different car. We've got one GT4 car against the other 11 GT3s, so coming up against a slower car that's around about 13 seconds off of the lead pace, you're coming up with that at a rate of knots in the daytime, let alone in the night, when visibility is limited around most parts of this track, as we see along the start finish straight, well lit with the pit garages nearby as well. So it's a very well lit part of the track. As you said, coming in towards the Rogers chicane and on towards the Lesmos, it is pitch black out there. You've only got your headlights to help you.
Yeah, and like we say, that's really going to affect how those visual markers are clearly seen. You'll do a lot of this out of habit and muscle memory, granted, but there's still an element of visual points that you're looking for. A particular coloured bit of wall or braking board, although the braking boards are often not a good idea to use because someone will plough through them at some point over a 12-hour race. Let's be honest, we've all been there, we've all seen it happen. Those little visual markers, if you're very dependent on them, that whole thing changes when the sun has disappeared. And we've got Mr. Christie back with us.
I certainly am, boys. A pizza has been finished in the space of time that it took for you guys to get back into to chat about qualifying number 2. But look, some great points brought up there, and nighttime it's a scary time as a driver. It really, really is, because the pressure that is on you is absolutely unbelievable. Great to see that we've got the majority of drivers are different drivers, although I'm now looking through the order and seeing we've still got Ryan Nash, we've still got Ray Reese, we've still got Henri Senick. So it's actually maybe 3 drivers that have changed for the nighttime session. But I just wanted to get your guys' opinion on this, because obviously we've got qualifying coming up for this, and if anything, it's even more important than the daytime qualifying, because your average relies on this stint here.
Very much so, especially as Kieran pointed out, some of those gaps are really, really close. So it's one of those things that makes the emphasis on getting this session right, just as you said, David, even more important, because you haven't got a 5, 6, 7, 10 or a second gap to rely on. You think, we can make a mistake in this session. No. One decent lap could gain you 3 positions, because those gaps were so close for the most part of the field. So this is going to be a very, very crucial qualifying session, as the 1.5 hour of qualifying for the nighttime session is now underway. Yeah.
Great to see the cars heading out onto track, and it's a beautiful sight, Kieran, to see the cars out here at Monza. Really the iconic, the epitome of GT3 racing here in Europe, especially here at night time with the glow of the headlights. And one thing that we spoke about earlier was these liveries, and I'm currently watching Nikolai Bezrukov, and the reflection of that car under the lights here at Monza is absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, watching on board with that BMW, you had an indication of just how dark it gets on that back end of the circuit. There's no track lighting back there. So again, that's where all the visual markers are really, really different. And if you're relying on, for instance, that orange part of the wall just coming into Les Mode 2, by the time you've seen it, it's way too late. You're miles past where you need to be. You know, these cars have decent brakes, but they're not that good. So you need to be much more alert for doing nighttime racing. And like I was saying earlier, if you've been in the car for hours on end, getting everything right, and you know, fatigue will make you lose concentration for that split second, is even more crucial in the dark, because you don't rely on those kind of subconscious visual cues that you probably haven't realized you become dependent on. And we've seen how costly mistakes are. You know, okay, during the practice and qualifying sessions, they have the advantage of being able to get the car sorted out quickly, but with a field that's got the time spread so narrow, one mistake is going to be so costly. And over the course of an endurance race, you have to then rely upon mistakes from others, and generally we're not seeing masses of mistakes from the entire field. So yeah, these guys are really going to have to be on their game for a very, very long period of time. Again, very comfy seat. Oh, try that sentence again. Very comfy seat in the commentary box. I don't envy these guys at all.
Yeah, for sure. Just watching the third place car at the moment, that is of course the McLaren, just making its way through the first corner there, through Prima Variante. Again, you get a wonderful sense of just how lonely this track is at night, how alone these drivers are in the car as well. And we saw that from the onboard there, the sense of surprise almost as these corners come up at you with no warning whatsoever. And again, we spoke about the lack of those visual markers, the lack of those visual cues, and you're having to go off your own internal rhythm as you're putting these cars around. Now, the other factor that comes into that as well is that it's hard enough doing that on your own during night qualifying, but when you get the full beams of a car behind you as well, that is a whole different kettle of fish, and that puts the distraction levels up to 11 on that. So watch for some cars, if they've got a car behind them, to pull out of that or to try and get out of the way of that car behind them.
You also got that GT4 car to bear in mind, because he's going to be wanting to get out there, even though he's not setting a qualifying time against anybody else. The practice that the Ducklings are going to be doing is traffic management, is being able to position their car in a way that causes the least amount of disruption to GT3 cars. Now, the general etiquette for multi-class racing is up to the quicker cars to make their way around the slower ones. They don't want wild, rapid changes of direction from the slower car, just to the point that the faster car is committed to overtaking it. So again, how much practice do people put in there? Not many people are going to be putting practice into being overtaken. So again, in nighttime, that becomes even more crucial. If you've got multiple cars coming up to you, the lights just become a blur. So you need to know what to do at certain points of the track, or indeed any part of the track, ideally, when you've got the fast cars coming upon you. So hopefully the Ducklings, or I know I'm not pronouncing this correctly, but the Vladukten squad, the number 4 GT4 Alpine, hopefully they kind of get a good idea on how to behave when the GT3s are going to be upon them. And generally they just need to be predictable, but it's very easy to panic.
Yeah, they certainly do. They certainly do. And we touched upon that earlier as well with the Viaductin team, the number 4, the GT4 team. What a wonderful learning experience this is from them. Fairly fresh and leafy-eared about their motorsport journey. Of course, coming from the world of karting, which is, in all intents and purposes, absolutely insane compared to GT3 racing. So this is, I would say this actually might seem a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more sedentary compared to karting into the cockpit of a GT4 car, where you don't have that intensity of speed, you don't have that intensity of fighting with other cars. Fair enough, you'll have other GT3 cars coming around you in rapid style, but a little bit more of an enjoyable experience perhaps for these youngsters.
That's certainly a very different experience. Sure, they're going to be used to very, very much wheel to wheel, really high intensity, as you say. But they can't take the finger off the pulse for a single second in the karting world. So, like you say, you could well feel a very relaxed scenario for them. But 12 hours of it, that's going to be the real test. Can they maintain their composure and concentration over the course of the entire race? Is going to be the big question. And in amongst cars that will be trying to put laps on them. With the lap time difference, there was about, I'm trying to remember so it was about 157. We were seeing 45s from the top. So they're going to be lapped, rough maths, kind of once every 10 laps or so from the same car. But of course, they're going to be sporadically caught by GT3 cars at various points throughout the race. So again, it will be, like you say, it'll be a great experience for them, as long as they get it right, of course. They may well earn the ire of a few people if they do get it wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that actually, in the grand scheme of things, I think they'll be overtaking at least 2 GT3 cars over the course of the day tomorrow for the 12 hours. But gents, since you two were in the practice last night, you guys are the seasoned veterans, as it were. Chris, Kieran, who should the viewers at home be looking out for the race tomorrow? Who do you tip for doing very well tomorrow?
Oh, put us on the spot, why don't you?
I've seen the double-decker bus and I've just thrown you under it.
You'd be a fool to look away from Henri Sadiq or the number 64 squad. That's the VSR Satellite Racing, or one of the VSR Satellite Racing McLarens. That was second by tiny margin into qualifying. Into the first qualifying session, it was half a tenth. Just looking at the results there, and again, we've just seen that car go into the pits and straight back out again. That's what he's been doing all night long. So, Henri Sadiq. I keep getting his name right. I keep saying Sadiq. It's Siniq. I will get it right, probably by the time the checkered flag falls on Saturday, but that's another matter. But he's determined to get those laps, get as much mileage under his belt as he can. So he is, in particular, is really getting everything he can out of the track time that's available. You'd be silly to look away from that, but you can't ignore the 33s. They were, of course, top of the tree. They have changed their driver for this session. It's now Christopher Klanick, who we did see yesterday. If memory serves, he was around third or fourth. I don't think he was quite the quickest of the 33, the Mugen Sim Racing squad. But again, he may well feel a bit more comfortable or be the quicker driver in the dark. We'll see how that pans out. But it's all going to be coming down to consistency more than raw pace. So if I was going to put my money anywhere, tricky one. I'm going to go with the 64 squad. I'm going to go with, the VSR Satellite Racing team. I'm going to back the McLaren because I'm dedicated to the McLaren, but it's also that just the level of consistency we saw, particularly yesterday, was very, very impressive from our top teams. But the margins are so close; it really could go anywhere. But I'll go 64.
For me, I'll tell you after about 11 hours and 55 minutes of the race tomorrow. I'll have a better idea of who could be the favourite there. But no, as Chris said, those two cars. As the Yannick lights up the rear end of the number 33 there, just on the exit of the Rettifilio chicane. It really does come down to it. 12 hours is a long, long time, and whilst these drivers are putting in these great lap times in this qualifying session, that's a whole different kettle of fish when you come into the race. When you come across these maybe slightly unfavourable moments, you might come across a bit of traffic, you might end up in the wall, you might just have a little bit of a mistake that puts you right into the path of the car behind. It's a long, long time for drivers to be that consistent for that amount of time. So what you've got to try and do is minimise the errors and try and make the fewest possible. If you do make mistakes, which you will, try and let it just be a lock-up and you miss your apex slightly rather than heading towards the wall. That's going to be the most important thing. Getting the car to the checkered flag, and it's a bonus if you get there first. That's going to be the prime objective.
comfy up there on the fence, is it, Mr. McGinley?
It's very comfy. You should join me. You should join me.
No, I'm going in all force here. I'm backing a team, but in fairness, like you say, if you get the checkered flag first, it'll be through absolutely deserved performance, because over a 12-hour stint, that's a long time to be maintaining this level of pace, lap on lap on lap on lap on lap for hours at a time. They all deserve, great congratulations just for taking part, quite frankly, irrespective of where they finish, as the 33 Audi has just come across the line. Christopher Klanick, a 1:45.980. Was expect that to come down as the session goes on. We're still waiting for a time from Henri Cynic in the 64 McLaren. He's yet to get a time on the board. It's Ryan Nash up there as well, 46.45. He's been the pole time in the session for a while, but of course a long way to go. Oh, just as I say it, the 64 car comes over the line, and that's a 45.7, because we were seeing very low 145s in the daylight. Again, track temperature will be different. That'll be affecting how the car behaves and how the tyres primarily work. And rumour has it we may see some rain towards the end of the session. Now that's also going to be interesting to see if anybody comes out for some wet weather practice, if nothing else, because for all we know, tomorrow could be absolutely drowned out. And there's another thing we haven't really touched upon. We've only seen dry weather running at the moment. We're now looking at the weather map, and that rain is very close. So we could well see some rain appear as the session progresses. As a reminder, this is actually what the weather is physically doing right now over in this part of Italy. So, this isn't just made up weather because we feel like it. That is the genuine weather map. So, tomorrow could be a completely different story. If we're facing completely, standing water and rain absolutely everywhere, we don't know what these guys are, how well these guys have practiced and how good they are in the wet weather conditions. We've only seen dry running so far. So, that's a very big curveball that we simply don't know how they're going to handle it.
Yeah, and another thing about it is because Monza's quite close to Milan and therefore near the Alps, the changeable weather conditions, we've seen them tonight. We were meant to have rain in the last qualifying session. It never came. We might have rain in this qualifying session, but the radar has been changing constantly over the last hour or so. And that's due to, where the position is out on track. It's very unpredictable, this weather, at certain points. So what the weather radar says and what actually happens, this is just part of motorsport. That rain might be coming. It might be coming. It still might be coming. Qualifying might be over and the rain might just fall right then, as it normally does in motorsport. You wait all that time for the rain, only for it to fall when the checkered flag is well and truly gone. It's a challenge for the drivers. We are expecting rain tomorrow. We will say expecting rain. That's what the radar says. But the radar has been a bit of a liar so far. It did tell us rain was due about an hour ago and hasn't hit yet.
It's tempting us. It's being that elusive temptress. Even still, once again, the 64 McLaren is coming back to the pits and straight back out again.
You just saw the end of that one where Ryan Nash was making his way through into past the GT4. That's what you were talking about and touching on earlier, Chris. It's the responsibility of the GT3 to get past the GT4, and there it's just a bit of a miscommunication. Of course, this is qualifying, so the GT4 team, the Viaductant, are also on a flying lap, so they're not going to try and yield if they think the corner's theirs. But that's where the difference of pace comes in, especially in qualifying. Hairy moment, but they both made it through. So that was the main thing.
Indeed, and that's also going to be a test when, come race time, because if they catch that GT4 at a really bad moment, the GT3 could lose, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds, depending on where they caught them. But they're going to have to be sensible and patient about how they go past it. If they try and bully their way past the GT4, they have just as much chance of sending themselves to the wall and losing bucket loads of time that if they just waited a corner or two, they'd be able to sail past and carry on their merry way. That kind of, impatience and, impulsiveness could well be the undoing of some drivers, especially if they've got a competitor near them, either they're chasing or being chased. They're not going to want to stay behind the slower car for too long. So that's something else they're going to have to bear in mind.
Will be indeed. And I don't know if either of you have really done much endurance racing or touched on it or done a lot of night driving, but you can really see how it's so different. I mean, yes, we're watching now the top of the times here, Henry Sadiq, who is lapping around the track, but it's an entirely different kettle of fish. In the bright sunshine, you can gauge what the clouds are doing up above you, but when it comes to nighttime, you just have no idea. You've got to rely on the radars, you've got to rely on the drivers and what they're reporting when the first spots of rain fall onto the windscreen, and maybe when the windscreen wipers have to be deployed is going to be another a sense of maybe now's the time, or maybe now's the time to pit in, maybe we could leave it another lap, because you're doing 1 minute 45s here at best in the dry, at qualifying pace in the dry. So it's a relatively long lap to stay out if the track conditions are changing so much. That's going to be something the drivers have to think about.
It certainly is, and again, just as we see here, I think we're actually on board with Ray Race here in the number 74 GT3. It's so different driving at night compared to daytime, as you were saying there, and we can see here why. But as much as there's disadvantages to driving in the dark, there's actually advantages as well, if you believe it. Because if you look at that there, if you think about it as a racing driver during the day, your eyes try to be, as much as they can, focused on what's in front of you, but that doesn't always happen. They can be distracted by the crowd, they could be distracted by the marshals as you're going past, you could be looking elsewhere, rather than, you're not a machine, you're a human being, so as much as you want to be focused on where you're supposed to be looking, whereas in the dark you don't really have that choice, because you're focused on whatever light there is available and your eyes are trying to adjust, and it doesn't really portray that angle that we saw in the cockpit where you're almost on the roll cage. It doesn't give you as much of a sense as when you're actually behind the wheel, because your eyes are naturally adjusting and trying to brighten and darken the available light that you've got there. And you'll notice this yourself. If you ever go out at night, if you ever leave the house and you leave a bright house, you go out and it takes you about 5-10 seconds to adjust to that light that's outside. Now, if you imagine you're driving a £500,000 of GT3 race car, and that light is constantly going up and down, your brain is absolutely fried by the end of one of these stints, and then you've got to think about all the traffic that's there as well. So mentally, it is an exhausting feat to be out in one of these GT3 cars.
I question whether these guys aren't actually machines. I question that particular observation. But
I think it's less machines, more aliens, I think, is the term that I would use with them.
100%. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Is fatigue can take hold in many different ways. And particularly, as someone's lost an argument with the wall, once again on the exit of Lesmo 2. That has been the biggest catch so far. That's where the most mistakes have happened. So I would expect that to continue in the race. That's where practicing with a wounded car is actually going to pay off, because we've seen a lot of issues down there. We saw a fair few down there in practice, but we've seen a lot, far more in qualifying today than we saw yesterday in the practice. So this is a result of people just pushing a little bit too hard, trying to get on the gas too early, and no doubt either clouting the apex on the inside too hard or just running that tiny bit too wide and getting onto the astroturf, onto the dust on the outside. The rear tyres are just laughing at him, thinking, you've got no chance, sir, and round she goes. As the 007 Bentley also comes in to serve a pit stop. That was flying around just now. Yeah, fatigue is definitely going to be something that these drivers are going to have to bear in mind. How well they deal with driving tired. It's not something I do particularly well. I haven't really done any endurance racing. I know full well where my limits lie. Yeah, I don't have that skill set. The screaming into the microphone thing, yeah, I've done that for a few years. I can do that part. But the actual drivey bit, yeah, let's not talk about that.
You're not missing much, I can tell you that for an absolute fact. It's much comfier, cozier, and safer up here in the box. I think the worst experience I've had in real life is at Silverstone, facing the wrong way at night time in a C1 with about 60 other C1s coming towards me at Maggots and Beckett's it's not a fun experience. So I'll happily sit here in my warm little room talking about sim racers instead.
Well, you're lucky it wasn't 99 of them, and it was just 60 of them.
Well, I was already in like P30 by that point, so it was actually the full 99 field of them. So yes,
So it could have been worse.
yeah, it could have been. Yeah, thankfully they all avoided me. It was a really, really scary moment. But again, just to go back to what we've been talking about all the time. I mean, from my experience of that to my experience of doing sim racing, there's no difference. There's absolutely no difference in the pressure, the concentration you have to put in. Chris, you made a comment earlier on about the way that people used to see sim racing as it's just a game. It's not that way anymore. Maybe with the likes of, say, like Forza, or even then they're starting to take themselves quite seriously as well. But it's definitely not now. The preparation that these drivers put themselves through, the fact that they sim racing drivers do media training now, for goodness sake, it's a whole new world that we live in, and it just scares the bejesus out of me, to be honest.
You're absolutely right, and just look at the level of exposure and support that real life drivers, major corporations getting involved in sim racing sponsorship, like you say, driver training, things like F1 esports as well, actual bona fide F1 teams supporting drivers at of course, high level, but you're seeing established names, established teams getting behind drivers. And that's something that, the lockdowns that we've experienced worldwide has put a big spotlight on, and that scene's only going to grow. The esports scene in sim racing terms has maybe been a bit behind in where other competitive esports may well lie, but that scene is growing, and it's growing very, very rapidly. And you touched on earlier, David, as well, that the level of production that is now being put behind races such as this one, GTR 24R, is really making forwarding forward and making a very big name for itself in this exact field. It gives us lunatics a bit of a stage to shout about it as well. So, I'm quite happy with that, and I get to work with beautiful people such as yourselves. But it's the overall package, isn't it, that is progressing and growing. Of course, the drivers themselves are, the level of professionalism and the raw skill is quite terrifying. And in people so young, again, look at the Vladupton team are as young as 12 getting involved in this particular arena. That's part of the appeal of sim racing as well. It's a very open field. Anyone of any age can take part. If you've got that ability to do it, here's a perfect platform with which to do it on.
Oh, go ahead, Chris. Go on.
As I say, if we had whilst we were talking about that, I think we have had a new pole time set by Onis Sanik. He's increased his pole advantage, now 1:45.615. So he's getting closer to what the dry pole time was, which, let me just double check what that was 1:45.2, set by the 33 Mugen Sim Racing Squad.
He's gone purple through sector 1 and purple through sector 2 again. So this grab the popcorn for this final sector, because we could be looking at a new pole position time in Q2 at the moment. But of course, this is when it gets added together and divided by 2. So if they've got the 2 fastest lap times in both qualifying sessions, then it's safe to assume they would probably be on a pole position. But here comes Sadiq now in that number 64 around the final quarter and onwards towards the start-finish line. What's this going to be then as he crosses the line? 45.3 is our new pole position time for Q2.
That is sensational, Chris. Sorry, you were right to say.
That's much the same kind of thought. There was another 3/10 in that lap alone. Just watching his lines, using every available pixel worth of track available to him just to keep that momentum going. That was poetry. That was absolutely perfect from Henri Senique. Well, perfect indicates he can't go any quicker. I dare say that if anybody can, it's certainly going to be him. But we haven't seen Christopher Clanic respond yet. What's the 33 got on the board? Now, he's just actually beaten his previous time, now down to 1:45.802, but that's nearly half a second behind the McLaren. So what answer does the Audi have?
Yeah, you've got to think that's a bit of a stomach punch as well for the number 33 team, because 2/10 is achievable, but pulling that 4/10 out the bag, that is quite the shot across the bow from the number 64 team of VRS Satellite Racing. They mean business, and yeah, game on, I think.
Well, that team has just gone green through the first sector, so they've just set the personal best through Sector 1. They'll come towards the timing line through Sector 2 any moment now as they head through underneath the old banking. They'll set a lap time through there. What's it going to be? Or at least a sector time through there. They'll obviously complete a lap in 35 seconds. 35.5 through the second sector, and trying to find the apex all the way now through in towards the final part of Ascari, back onto the power and trying to make it a straight line as possible as Senique there gets onto the grass. As I think Kianek here, well, he might still improve on this time, but I don't think it's going to be enough to move him up a position. We'll find out.
There was Senique. Yeah, there was doing a bit of lawn mowing there. I think it was just kind of. I think he decided to put it in the bit. Yeah, that's Clanic coming back into the pits as well. So that lap wasn't going to improve, or certainly isn't going to now. Right ahead of him, that's Liekard in the treble 7 Audi. As well, finding his pit box, so a bit of pit practice for them. Ryan Nash is still in the third position spot in the 65 McLaren, still going there. They did his personal best last time around, 1:46.257. Now, they qualified some way down the field last year. They were in fifth with a 46.355. So Ryan Nash has already gone quicker in the nighttime hours than they managed in the daytime. So Ryan Nash is really pressing on this time.
He is, and I think he'll want to put Q1 behind it because there were a lot of mistakes. He needed to iron out a lot of time, but you can clearly see he is a quick driver. We were watching Ruby Hayes there make his way now through in towards the Roger chicane, but he is a quick driver, and we've seen that time and time again in these qualifying sessions. But when it comes to the race, it needs to calm down a little bit because the team can't afford these crashes. They can't afford these mistakes if they want to finish at least onto the podium. They've got the pace to be on the podium. They just need to make sure that all their drivers are just trying to iron out their driving techniques. Maybe when it comes to the race, they won't be on full attack for all of the time. So you might see difference in driving styles. They'll be conserving fuel. They'll be conserving tyres as well. So that'll be added into the mix when it comes to the race tomorrow. But yeah, promising signs, but just make sure they iron out the driving styles before the race gets underway tomorrow.
We're also seeing very close times behind the top three. So at the moment, first to second is that half a second, as we mentioned, between Senique and Clanic. Nearly the same again back to Nash, and then it's a 10th, 800, 600, 15,000s or 16,000s that's down to 7. So the top 7 separated by 1.1 seconds. And Rui Heiss has gone a little bit quicker again, now just 38,000s behind Ryan Nash. So each lap is getting progressively quicker for that 74 McLaren. They did a personal best sector 2, lost a bit of time in that final sector, but he's still finding time out there. So yeah, they're really hustling Ryan Nash, and we know that Ryan in the 65 car is pressing on. So again, they're not wasting time. Just that's half an hour gone now, so a third of the session has already gone by. Again, I wonder if people are keeping an eye on the weather radar or just not. They're not leaving anything to chance. Again, we talked about the rain that's being tempted to us. It's still a bit hit and miss as to whether we're going to get it. But then what we're not seeing is people just taking chances. Although Henri Senique has yet to return to track. He's been in the pits a while now. I'd be surprised if he kind of rested on that. Although, in fairness, it's an absolutely storming time. Henri Senique currently at the top of the tree, 1:45.322. Then Christopher Clanic in the 33 car, 1:45.802. It's just still only 2 drivers in the 45s. Ryan Nash in the 65 car in third spot with 146.257. Rui Heiss setting that 46.295. In moments, Carlos Basto is back out. Well, he was back out. He's back in the pits now. 146.444 in 5th position. So, as mentioned, still some very, very close times, and still just under an hour for that to improve.
As you said, the rain is... Radar is telling us that there's going to be light rain soon. We don't know how soon, but it is soon. So keep that in the back of your minds. We've still got just under an hour of this qualifying session to go. And as we've already seen in this session, that radar has meant that the rain is pushing north of the circuit. And originally that was on course. You see the really purple bits and blue bits is where the heavy rain is. That was meant to pass over the circuit since we started tonight at around about 8 o'clock Central European time. That has pushed north, so it's missed the circuit completely. They could still push back south. We just don't know. We just don't know. This is obviously what's happening in Monza right now, what's happening near Milan right now. So anything could happen. I mean, let us know if it's raining near you in Milan and you're watching at Monza. Let us know. Where is it raining? If it's raining, stick a hand out the window. That would be very helpful.
Yeah, I can't reach that far, so I can't answer that for you. So still improvements being found. The treble 7 of Liegard has set his best of the session, 147.042. Where's that stack up to their dry time? Still a little way off that, 46.636 last time out for the treble 7 DSR Nightmare team. The Danes, they got 8th last time out, and that's an improvement from Ryan Nash now. So the 65 car has found some time out there, 46.097. So he's knocking on the door of the 45s in the 65 McLaren. He's pressing on. He's realised that he's getting some heat from behind from Rui Heiss, who's come back into the pits now in the 74 car. Yeah, Ryan Nash is not resting on his laurels. Poleman is back out there. The number 64 car, Henri Sinek, has graced the track with his presence again. That's probably the longest he's spent in the pits all night, actually. He's usually done straight back in, straight back out, and then done another lap, back in, back out. He's sat in there a while, maybe making some adjustments to the car. We of course don't know what they do when they're in the pits. We can only surmise on that one, but the number 33 has changed driver. It's Zoltan Falcone back out there. So can the day qualifier for the 33 squad improve on that 45.802?
One way to find out, and that's by letting him out there and seeing what happens. We know he's a quick driver, Falcone, in that car. He's got nearly half a second to find, though, but don't put it past him to try and find that, or at least get close. But we'll see what happens. We've got still 55 minutes left of qualifying to go, so with this weather radar, whether it's going to tell us the truth or not, regardless of that, they're going to send him out there and see what he can do.
Oh, Ryan Nash has had the mother of all moments in that 65. Now, Ryan's been no stranger to the wall this evening, as we've seen many, many a time, and I think he avoided damage there, but that was a scary, scary moment for that McLaren there. That was a wild, wild moment for sure. Gets away with it, gets going again, but yeah, we'll try and get a replay of that one very, very shortly. But I think he might need to come into the pits for a little underwear change on that one, although there might be damage. That thing's not looking too happy after all.
Big code brown going on for them. Car 51 has set a new time. That's Carlos Basto for the Ramada Motorsport squad. So he's taken over from Ramada. 46.275 puts him up to 4th. He's knocked Rui Heiss down a spot, only by 21 thousandths though. So again, still very, very hotly contested in that mid-pack field. He's gone green, so personal best in sector 135.396 for the first sector. Henri Sinek is out there, but is not quite on the best time.
This is still a replay of Ryan Nash. So this is what just about kept that out of the wall there. So managed to just get away with that one. But as David said, that must be a terrifying moment where you just sat in the darkness and all you have to show that there's a car approaching is there's headlights coming your way.
There's this vague shining of white. And that's another thing. If you're being chased by several cars, that's all you see is a wall of white. You're not sure where they are exactly. So, again, I don't envy the GT4 entrant particularly when they're going to be facing that one. As we are looking at, that's Carlos Basto in the currently fourth positioned, or fourth in this session, I should say. 46.275. Where were they in the dry? They were in... Where were they?
Oh, they've gone quicker by a couple of thousands now. 46.239. Keeps them in fifth place, but draws them ever closer to that number 65 car that's currently being driven by Ryan Nash.
They qualified sixth in the day. I'm saying in the dry, in the day, I should say. They've already beaten their first time, so 46.449 last time out. So they're already quicker than they were in the daylight hours. And Carlos Basto continuing on his merry way, it seems.
Yeah, that's a cracking qualifying performance for the Ramada Motorsport driver there. His teammate, as you were mentioned there, Karl Littgaard. In fact, no, it wasn't Karl Littgaard, was it? It was Pedro Ramada. Never mind. It was doing very, very well in qualifying earlier on in that machine. It was a decent effort earlier on, but again, you're actually weirdly seeing some of these nighttime drivers outperforming some of the daytime drivers as well, and it's a little bit weird seeing that sometimes.
It could be personal preference. We don't know what best works for these drivers. It looks like the Pro Sim Bentley's on the move. He's set a green sector 135.322. Andras Roosevelt in the 23 car. That's the GSR squad in the McLaren. They've set a new best for them, up to 7th with a 46.518. Not a personal best in Sector 2 for the big old Bentley. It's bouncing over the curve, still pressing on though, so we'll see if he's able to improve. Currently 6th with a 46.505, 2/10 off the back of the 74 car, currently piloted by, Rui Heiss. He's in the pits at the moment. Through Parabolica comes the checkered Bentley. What can they do? They provided a lot of entertainment for us in practice yesterday with slipstreaming practice going on, and that's not an improvement. He lost the time in a couple of sectors. So no improvement for the 007 Bentley Pro Sim squad.
And then Varkonyi on an outlap right now in that number 33 car, the Mugen Sim Racing, still yet to find that really half a second to bring them closer to this fastest time in this session. Of course, these times get added together. If we haven't mentioned it enough, the times get added together. So this doesn't decide the grid outright. This decides the second time to be added to the first time, halve it, and then that's where we get the average lap time. That's what decides the grid. So you've got to be against the clock, sort of. You are battling other drivers out there for position, but not outright. It's not a guarantee that if you finish ahead of another driver that you'll be ahead of them on the average lap time. That all comes into effect of what happened in Q1. But at the moment though, Zoltan Varkonyi, who set the fastest lap time for their team in Q1, is out there right now looking for that more time. And as you were saying, Chris, sometimes night driving is a personal preference. You do get nighttime specialists. We do have nighttime specialists in real motorsport. You know, they love driving in the nighttime. They love, you know, it's almost like that kind of tunnel vision. They just love it. They love the challenge of driving with just a set of lights at the front of your car, and that's it. It couldn't be me. I'd prefer to, glorious sunshine racing. But there are people who are mad enough to love night racing.
Yeah, you use the right word. I think they're utterly bonkers, quite frankly. But fair play to them. They can maintain the pace without that sense of, I could stick this in the wall at any second. And speaking of Varconi, he's done a personal best sector 1 and a purple sector 2, 35.9. So that 33 is on the move again. I'm currently looking at the 64 car now. Henri Sinic has gone in. So that Audi, the 33 Audi, is on the move. 34.958 for sector 2. It's currently the purple second sector as we take under 50 minutes to go now through Parabolica. Keep the car nice and stable. Early on the power for the Audi. What can he do? Let's see. Is it a new pole time? It's not. It's an improvement, but not pole. 31 thousandths behind the top spot. Yet again, it's the 64 and 33 cars locking horns at the top of the tree. And bearing in mind, they were only half a tenth apart in the daytime hours, with the 33 being ahead with that 45.202 and the satellite racing number 64 with that 145.260. So they're very close to those times, but at the moment it's the other way around with only a half a tenth difference. Unbelievably, the gap at the moment is not enough to overcome it. The 33 still technically has pole at the moment, if my maths hasn't failed me. It was a long time ago when I was at school. It was about 1858. But at the moment, if I've got this right, the 33 would still be on pole by about 200ths of a second. That's the margin that the pole is being decided by at the moment. Of course, still plenty of time for that to change, but these two gladiators at the top of the tree are giving it everything. They're leaving nothing on the table. And Henri Sinic is being chased by, I think that's the Prosim Bentley right behind it. Yes, it is. So he comes straight back on track. He wasn't in pits for very long and is back out there and intending to secure that top spot.
I've said it before and I'll say it again, these two, the 64 and the 33, on an absolutely different playing field from the rest of the field right now. That's 7/10 of a second that they are ahead of everyone else. In fact, make that nearly a second when you consider that Carlos Basto in fourth place is 9/10 of a second. It's just insane. And the great thing is that this is going to keep going on for the next 45 minutes because Henri Sinic and Zoltan Varconi are dragging each other through. They're seeing this, and you better believe that Zoltan is going to take to this like a red rag to a bull. He is absolutely not going to let this one go, with only 3/100ths of a second splitting these top two. This is going to go right down to the wire. They aren't interested in this aggregate poll whatsoever. This is now mano a mano, and it's whoever gets on top, especially because Zoltan took over that car.
Yeah, completely. I mean, it's at the moment it's America versus Hungary. The American squad is the 64 VRS Satellite Racing McLaren versus the 33 Hungarian Audi. I don't think Hungary and the US cross swords very often, maybe in the Olympics, but at the moment it's the Americans that have the top spot at the moment, and Henri Sinic, once again, he's just not letting up. His push towards the pole spot is absolutely relentless. He's coming down towards the Ascari now. First sector is grey, so he's not improving there on this lap. That's not stopping him. He's absolutely flying. We were talking earlier about how the cars are sliding around. Well, just as I was about to mention that point, we do have another improvement further down the field. Andreas Roosevelt again has improved on their time. That's the 23 car. The Greek squad, the GSR McLaren, is now up to 6th position with a 46.381. So he's 85 thousandths behind Rui Heiss and only a tenth and a bit ahead of the Prosim Bentley. As Henri Sinic finally has brought that McLaren back in again. So, yeah, Henri Sinic is just relentless in his pursuits, wasting no time at all. He'll be in the pits for a little while, maybe just, maybe tinkering with the setup more, just having a bit of a breather. And there he goes, straight back on track again. He was spinning the rear wheels and getting the car sideways out of his pit box. He's absolutely determined to get that pole spot back again. This very much personal pride between these two. All I said today is, yes, please, more of that.
You can hardly blame them, can you? Absolutely not. But what the challenge is for these drivers now is that, as you said, it's an aggregate. It's the average lap time between the two qualifying sessions. But you try telling that to the drivers, and they'll just think, right, I'm behind you in the standings. I want to be in front of you. That's all that's going on. I'm glad you put your neck on the line in trying to decipher who's currently got the pole position advantage, Chris, because I'm going nowhere near that sort of math. So we shall see how that goes. But yeah, we've clearly got the two drivers that are there, the team's respective qualifying specialists, Henri Sadiq in the 64 and Zoltan Vakonyi in the number 33. They are pretty much matched for pace at the moment. Nothing separates them. About 3 blinks of an eye. In fact, no, less than that. Maybe just the blink of an eye separates the two drivers in this qualifying session. I can't wait to see how this one goes, because if I were the two teams there, I'd keep these two drivers in there, because these are the drivers that are getting the most out of the car and the most out of the track.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it could be that these two are the one-lap specialists for the team. I mean, we don't know. That's part of the joy for us. We're learning as the session continues to roll on. As we have gone over halfway in the session now. Wow, as Zoltan Vakonyi has pushed a little bit too hard coming out of Lesmo 2. He again, is not leaving anything on the table. Like I say, if my maths is right, they have got the pole spot barely. They're leaving nothing to chance. Pole is not, it's almost just a bragging right in an endurance event anyway. It's where you are with the checkered flag fall, which is of course true in any racing event, endurance or not. But the longer the race, the less important pole is, especially at a track like Monza where overtaking, if overtaking was absolutely impossible, then of course pole matters more. But over a 12-hour endurance event, pole has that little bit less significance, but it's the mental game, it's the one-upmanship that goes on between these drivers, and I defy any of them to say they're not doing it. I will brand them a liar if they say that, that doesn't matter. Rubbish. Of course it does. It's part of racing. Let's be honest, we've all been there. We want that top spot, and it does give you that little bit of a boost. And also, conversely, if you've been pushing so hard and you're still that tiny bit behind someone, it does add to the snowballing. It can affect your balance a little bit. But it's a team game, this one. So hopefully they'll be able to put it together. And watching the 33 car, he's just come in and straight back out on the game again. He, like Henri Sadiq, is not wasting any time. He's not resting on his laurels at all. He's getting the miles out there, and it's really paying off for them. There's still 7/10 of a gap between the 33 and 65 cars. Ryan Nash still in that third spot. He's been there pretty much all of the dark qualifying, all of the night qualifying. So fair play to him in the 65 car. He's the only one that's been in the second of the VRS Satellite Racing McLarens, as far as I can see. A few teams have swapped drivers around, as we previously mentioned. But still time out the define. Probably some people maybe having a bit of a breather before they go out there and really start to push, as we are rapidly approaching just 40 minutes to go.
And on that note, with just 40 minutes to go, it's time to take a very short commercial break. We'll be back after a couple of messages from our sponsors.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
A very warm welcome back to Monza, ladies and gentlemen, for the GTR. 12 hours of Monza spectacular here. We're live with qualifying. It's myself, Dave Christie, Chris Buxton and Kieran McGinley on commentary, taking you through this epic qualifying session. And as if we didn't have enough drama and excitement, while everybody was off having their little comfort break there, we've had huge drama there because the third place team, the 65 of Ryan Nash, it looks like they are going to be taking no further part in the qualifying session because they've ran out of fuel. So they are currently trying to make their way back to pit lane just now, but the big controversy is because obviously in that VRS satellite racing team being bumped along from their sister team. But the whole point of that, Kieran, is that that's not allowed. That is specifically forbidden in the rules.
Yeah, so they're going to find themselves in hot water, both cars will, at this rate. But, well, for now, they're just focusing on getting that car back to the pit lane. They don't care about the rules right now, but them's the rules. And they'll have to face the wrath of the stewards after that. But, yeah, we'll see how that goes down with the stewards. They won't be happy with that at all. But they're back now, and that's the bit they wanted. They wanted that car back. The punishment, well, that's yet to be seen.
Yeah, and there's some unseen damage to that leading car as well. So they get back into pit lane, restart the car, get back out there. But look, I've got to be honest. Is that a risk worth taking, guys? Because that other car was in third place of Nash, and potentially, and again, we don't know what the penalties could be, so we're just merely speculating at this point. But I mean, would you do anything that would maybe, jeopardise your pole position there?
No, quite frankly, it's amusing for us to see, but unfortunately, what that has actually meant, again, if my maths is correct, is that's essentially guaranteed that the 33 team will be ahead of the 64. Now they may just, they may have opted for the, we may not get better than this, or maybe considering that Ryan Nash or the 65 car can't go better than where it is. We'll just do something quite amusing. They may have thought about that, and equally they may have thought there's not a lot of value in starting in pole because it's an endurance event, so they've gone ahead and done it. But yeah, to answer the question, no, I wouldn't have chanced that. I'd have continued to push for that top spot again, because that mental game, it gives you that little bit of confidence and may rock the confidence of your competitors. If you're just that little bit quicker, no matter what you can do, I can do better kind of attitude. And let's face it, a lot of sim racers do it, and I defy anyone to say that they don't. So yeah, I wouldn't have done that, but again, I'm in the commentary box. I'm not behind the wheel. great to see the 64 and 65 cars supporting one another, but that could be costly for them.
I'm not gonna,
of course.
I'm not going to lie. I'm feeling quite excited actually to see what the punishment is for that. It might just be a warning. It might be a slap on the wrist. Obviously, the implication is that was their sister team, and if it was to another team that they had no affiliation with, race control may have turned a blind eye, may have seen that as being a sporting gesture, but given that was their sister team on that one, I'm really not sure why we know why they did that, to try and help that car out, but yeah, that is some big changes happening there for sure. Half an hour left to go in qualifying then. Henri Synek taking provisional pole position there at the moment. That may very well change with that 1:45.322. Zoltan Verkonyi in second place in 33, just alongside him, and that's is that the Mugen Sim Racing machine, just at 3/100ths of a second. But Kieran, I mean, coming back to yourself, with half an hour left to go of a 12-hour race that starts tomorrow, is the argument potentially that even if they do get that pole position stripped away from them, that mentally they've got the top spot anyway?
Mentally, yes, but they don't have it physically. So qualifying, you work that hard to get the pole position and you'll be at the mercy of the stewards of throwing it away. You're putting all that hard work in and having to start from the back, and that will play on your mind very slightly. But in a 12-hour race, the longer the race, the less significant qualifying would be. So maybe they're sort of thinking, well, okay, both cars might get punished. We might start further down the field, but we've already seen how quick we are. We've already seen that we're punching at the top of the field. We'll take the penalties just so that both cars can stay in this qualifying session, and we'll see what happens at the mercy of the stewards. Maybe that's a way of thinking about it, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll see what the penalty is first, and then see how the drivers and the teams themselves, the VRS teams, will react to it.
Well, just to confirm, it is 100% in the rule book, rule 4.7.1. If a car for any reason has stopped on the track, i.e. out of fuel or stuck, it is not allowed to be pushed by another car. So that is any other car under any circumstance in there. So black and white, that just isn't allowed. And so that will definitely be dealt with by the stewards and by race control, and yeah, it's not the best. However, let's change our attention from that, looking towards the likes of essentially what the battle is for third place, because we've got four cars in a fight for that third position: Ryan Nash, Rui Reis, Paulo Reis, and Andras Roosevelt, separated by just 0.2 of a second. You can include the 007 Pro Sim team in that 0.2 behind them as well, but again, going back to that whole disparity between the top two and the rest of the field, that battle for third, fourth, fifth and sixth is going to be absolutely on fire tomorrow.
Certainly hope so. It's looking pretty good at the moment, isn't it? Also worth noting that we haven't seen a car return to track. It's the BMW has not reappeared, so they are almost certainly going to be starting from the back of the field. They won't get any favourable treatment because they didn't reappear. The number 62 Unison BMW did not return, so they could well have forgotten that there's a night practice session. They may have thought, well, there we go, qualifying job done. That'll be a bit of a mistake if they have. But again, they may have opted just to not take part in the session. As we said earlier, pole is not the be-all and end-all of the session. Interestingly, both of the VRS satellite cars are actually on track at the moment. So, if the stewards need to take action, then they're both actually out there at the moment. We'll see what action they take, as the McLarens are actually very close to one another. Actually, there's a bit of a train forming there. You've got the two McLarens, the Audi in the middle, which is the 51 car of Paulo Reis, and also the 007 Pro Sim Bentley, all in a bit of a line there. So hopefully they're not going to trip over one another, working their way through the twists and turns in the darkness. If we jump on board with the pallet, one of the McLarens has just gone off backwards into the wall. I believe that was
Ryan Nash.
That was Ryan Nash. Also, just as I looked away, Zoltan Vaconi has just taken the pole time. He's got a 45.277 on the board. I hadn't spotted that, and he has gone and done it. The 33 Audi is back on the top spot. And they haven't quite matched their daylights qualifying by about 700ths of a second. So as close as as near as damn it, and they did a purple sector 3 in the process. So again, Zoltan Vaconi is just using every available moment he can to better their time. It's looking pretty good for the Hungarians at the moment.
Yeah, I've just got a replay here of that moment that Ryan Nash had in the number 65. If we could hopefully get a replay of it, coming in towards the first Lesmo here, goes to turn the car in, and it just looks like the rear end just over rotates and managing to keep it out of the wall. It's a harmless spin in the end, but then gets it back going again. But maybe a little bit too much speed into the first Lesmo. I've actually been holding on to this for a bit of a while, but this is the part of the track we're expecting to see any rain. It's meant to come in towards the north part of the circuit, which is where the Lesmos are. So if anywhere's going to get slippery first, it's going to be that set of corners, which ideally you don't want that to be the first part of the track that gets a little bit slippery.
That's a fairly quick part of the track as well. Look at the weather radar. That's getting close. I mean, of course, it is coming from the west, and going west to east, as you would. Well, of course, that's how weather tends to go. But that's getting really, really close. Like you say, to that northern edge of the circuit. It still looks at the moment like it's going to blow by, but that can change in the blink of an eye. So. Yeah, like you said, that's a really that's an awkward place for the rain to start, and it's going to be dry everywhere else for a period of time. So that's just going to be really, really awkward for our drivers to have to deal with. A very fast, very slippery part of the track. The top three are back in the pits now, so the 33, 64, and 65 cars are back in the pits. Just as I say that, the 33 has come out. The 64 is just coming out again, even though I don't think they should be, but they are coming out on track anyway. 74, Rui Heiss has come back in. So he's done a 46.162 to reclaim that fourth position. The 51 has changed hands, I see. The Ramada Motorsports Audi is now in the hands of Paulo Heiss. So what I'm assuming is the two brothers, opposing teams, so no family feud going on there at all. So the 51 the final half hour have put a different driver in. So will anyone else change drivers in the death of the session? We will see. But yeah, that midfield pack is looking so close. Yeah, that's going to be a brilliant fight.
Can it be tomorrow already?
Well, no argument from me, but one thing we can't control is time, I'm afraid.
That is unfortunate, because I would have loved to have just got to the race right now. I want to see what happens. It's amazing close, especially between the top two drivers. I mean, we know what they're like on the one-lap pace, the Zoltan Vaconi and the Henry Sinek pairing here, which will be very interesting tomorrow. That is, of course, where the 64 and the 65 car will start after being, caught up in their own escapades there. Yellow flag somewhere out in Sector 3, which has now been cleared, so probably just someone slightly off the track for a second there before rejoining on there. But yes, at the moment then, less than half a tenth of a second separates the top two teams. It's the number 33 team that are leading the way at the moment. But yeah, very, very close indeed. It's so hard to call, but Mugen Sim Racing, in this session at least, have the upper hand. On average, anybody's guess. I'll leave that up to someone who's actually good at maths.
So that's all three of us out the window then.
That's unfortunately it, yes.
25 minutes left to go in qualifying here, and look, it's still way too close to call right now. Zoltan Verkonyi, and look, I thought this was going to happen. I thought these two were going to be duking it out. This still isn't over. I'm expecting to see Andre Sinek taking pole position again, and then having it snatched straight away from straight back from the number 33. But the question is about that midfield battle. I mean, they were much closer during the daytime qualifying, where we had about, say, 7 cars split by about a second, and now that gap, that, you know, it's almost like 2 separate races. And obviously it doesn't mean all that much coming into the race, because, you know, the 33 and the 64 are going to be on track right beside each other. But I mean, pace-wise, the two of them have been able to put in some pretty tasty lap times quite consistently, and I think that's what's going to count more than their one-lap speed.
Absolutely. The number 23 car has changed hands as well. So that's the GSR squad in the that's the Greek McLaren. Tony I was trying to get this in my head. I apologize for getting this wrong. Paparinopoulos, again, what a fantastic name, has now taken over the 23 McLaren, currently in 6th position with a 46.303, just 64 thousandths behind Paulo Heiss in the 51 Ramada Motorsports Audi. There's still time out there to find out, as we know, but some last-minute changes then going on. Well, last-minute driver changes for the session, I should say. They're, of course, not changing teammates. It's a little bit late in the day for that. Now we will see if these last driver changes make any effect. 23 minutes left on the clock, so time ticking down. Track is probably as good as it's going to get. I can't imagine it's going to really kind of weather in. It's not going to rubber in, rather. So looking at the weather radar, it does look like the heavy rain is going to bypass the circuit. Boo, we would have loved to have seen a bit of wet weather running towards the end of the session, but now Mother Nature won't be swayed this time. Let's say we're running a real weather conditions in this session. So what it is currently over Monza is currently what we are running. As the number 23 McLaren now starts its next hot lap. Let's see what they can do. Let's see if they can find those few tenths they need to climb further up the field. What a few laps, of course, being done. I think, is everybody on track at the moment? I think so. Looks like everyone has got their car out there. Oh no, a few cars, beg your pardon, are still in the pits. A few people are not continuing at the moment. Maybe we could see some more driver changes for the last few moments. Again, everybody may have put their best driver out initially, or maybe kept them in reserve. It's good practice for the night running. So anybody that's come out at the moment will definitely benefit from that stint they've done. We'll see how they do in the remaining 20 minutes.
So just watching the 717 Unison Racing driver of Denis Eschenko here, making his way down, just going past the fifth place car. That is, of course, the 51 Audi of Paulo Reis. And interestingly, one of the things that we've not really talked about too much tonight is the difference in performance with the cars, the different handling characteristics, the different driving characteristics. For instance, the Audi, a very popular choice this weekend, but also the McLaren, and then it just leaves the likes of the 007 in the Pro Sim team in the Bentley GT3, a car that is traditionally very, very good around this circuit, with the number 14 GSR team Aston, the only Aston Martin outfit out there. And again, for me, Aston Martin is one of the quintessential GT3 teams, does very, very well at this track, and yet we've only got one showing for that. Why do you think that is, Chris?
I mean, difficult to say. The Bentley is a big beast. It's not the easiest thing to wrestle around, but like you say, it is generally a very popular choice. The McLaren has got the swaying vote, I think, or certainly the McLaren and the Audi have got the lion's share of entries. There's 4 McLarens been entered into this event, 3 Audis. So it looks like people are going for the more stable kind of cars. The Audi, as you say, is a very kind of, I won't say easier, that may be the wrong phrase to use, but it's certainly much more the stable kind of car. When you're watching it through the corners, it seems much more settled. We don't see the wild tail wagging that we've seen in some of the McLarens, but the McLaren does seem to have that balance between and a raw pace and that snap oversteer that the some drivers seem to prefer. The Bentley is a little bit less forgiving in that sense. And like I said, the Aston, only one team has run the Aston, the number 14 GSR team Aston from Greece. The only squad to run that one. And equally the M6, sadly, we haven't seen the 62 Unison Racing BMW, the Russian squad, come back out for the night session. So as to why, partly personal preference, but again, it could be this kind of balance between what the people in the team prefer. It could be there's greater performance overall in the team members for any one particular car over another. Of course, the VRS Satellite Racing Squad have both gone for McLaren, so it could be that more of their members just prefer the characteristics of the McLaren over the likes of the Audi or the BMW or the Aston. Outside of that, I'm afraid I don't know.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Be interesting to see. I've got a little bit of an on-board view going on with our current leader just now. We've got some stand-ins there that you can see just now, just coming up, and I mean, it really, really has been a very, very interesting qualifying session. Of course, with those aggregate times coming up here. What really gets me is the fact that you've got so much to think about over the 2 sessions as well. Of the fact that it's fine to have a great qualifying session in the daytime, but you also have to have the ability to have a decent performance in that nighttime session as well, and more importantly, maybe using that to get a little bit of on the job training, as it were, doing that nighttime, and it's maybe your last time to get comfortable with those changing conditions.
And equally, there's got to be a compromise between all of the team members concerned. It's all well and good setting a car up for one particular person, but that setup may not work at all for the rest of your drivers. And now, some teams may opt to do it. They may opt to set the car up maybe to better a particular driver in their squad and say to the rest, deal with it, adjust, you need to just do it. But generally, I would imagine the teams will go with let's find a setup that works for all of us, or works well enough for all of us. So there's 2 different ways of approaching these types of endurance events, and I'm sure we'll see a mixture of the 2. We won't know, of course, which way any team has gone, but that's other things that the drivers have to deal with. So they may well be adjusting to a car they may not necessarily use on a regular basis, and a setup that doesn't quite suit, may do suit well enough, but doesn't quite suit their driving style, which, when we talk about the fatigue and the different driving conditions that we've mentioned all stream long, those sort of things really kind of add up to why these drivers have to put so much time and practice into these types of events. And again, I salute them, because it's such a difficult combination of factors to have to deal with.
Yeah, it is for sure. Just you saw there on the bottom left there a reminder of our socials. Head over to Instagram.com/GTR24H to keep up with all the latest news and gossip there. But Kieran, I was waiting to say 20 minutes to go. It's not 20 minutes to go. It's only 16 minutes left to go there.
Time flies.
You said something in the last qualifying session about time just flying by, and guys, we've been here for almost 4 hours. Where has that time gone?
I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? But it just shows you that qualifying, as gripping as it is, it just flies by. We're commentating on it and it's flown by. I can't imagine what it feels like for the drivers. You know, they've been putting in the hard work, and these are the qualifying sessions where you've got to get the lap in, and just as the time goes by, an hour and a half seems like a long time, but with the changing track condition, obviously in the nighttime session the track's just cooling down. I mean, we've just had, I think from the 717, our first personal best lap times for quite some time, so adjusting to how the track is behaving and adapting, it all just flies by. It's been great to watch, and it's been a bit less hectic than the practice session, I will be the first to admit, but I think the limits have been found for most of these drivers. They'll just be looking now to get the last out, get the last percentage they can out of these cars, really go for it for a couple more laps, because once you get to the last 10 minutes, if you bin the car, it's not the end of the world. You can fix it up and it's brand new for tomorrow. So I say get your fastest car in there, get your fastest driver in there, get them out there and see what they can do.
Yep, couldn't agree more with that. We've actually had another last-minute change. The number 14, the GSR team Aston, has changed its driver. It's now Stavros Mizadis that's in the hands of that one. They set the team's best, 47.563. A little way to go yet before they get on the tail of the 777 car that is being piloted at the moment by Pedersen.
Chris, I'm going to distract you for a second. Have a look at the timing screens. Have a look who's lit up purple on Sector 1. None other than 64, Henri Cynic. He's on a charge.
Yeah, but whether that time's going to be allowed to stand is going to be another matter, although he's grey in Sector 2, so he's lost some time. Even still, 35 flat in Sector 1 is an absolutely storming time. It'd be interesting to see what time he does set, even if it's not allowed to stand. Now, that 45.322 was set before the little pushing incident, so that should stand unless the stewards decide to disqualify them from qualifying entirely. I think he's going to come back into the pits. Yeah, he threw that car very heavily into Parabolica, so I'd imagine they're just kind of doing laps at the moment. They don't want to be kind of setting another time, but that also proves there's still time out there to find. There's still more pace in that car than they've been allowed to show.
Do you think that puts the 33 under any sort of extra pressure there, knowing that they're in pole position, but it seems like the 64 can just grab these purple sectors at will?
Potentially, yes. I mean, if the 33s have seen that the 64 can still go quicker again, that's going to put pressure on them. But before we see that thought out, let's have a short break and another word from our sponsors.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back then to the final 10 minutes of this fascinating qualifying session for the Monza 12 hour as hosted by GTR 24 hour. And there's been a bit more of an update on the situation between the 64 and 65 cars. By the letter of the rules, it's actually, and what we've later learned, is actually the 65 car, Ryan Nash, that has been deemed at fault, basically instructing the 64 to give them a shove towards the pits. So there may well be a penalty going to Ryan Nash, not Henri Sadiq as we initially thought. So that's why we're seeing the 64 car still getting out there and trying to better the laps. And like you saw earlier, he did manage to purple sector 1. So if he's able to overturn that 400ths of a second deficit and by another half a tenth, because bear in mind that's what the gap was on the day qualifying, so he needs to be a tenth or more quicker at the moment than Zoltan Falcone, only a tenth over a blinding lap. Let's be honest, that 45.2 is a stonking lap, but my goodness me, that is it never stops. It's on traction on and off.
I think the word can of worms comes to mind after that one. That is certainly, if only real life motorsport had issues that went on for days and weeks afterwards.
Perish the thought.
The other point of that, though, is that potentially, again, we don't know what the penalty is going to be. Ray Reese, Carlos Basto, and Andras Rosival potentially all moving up one place and getting themselves up a little bit further ahead of the race tomorrow. So again, this is because let's say that Ryan Nash in the 65 gets a time penalty, and again we're just speculating right now. He is obviously a faster car than the majority of cars that he's going to be behind. He's then going to have to try and get his way through those cars, and the potential for contact is going to be absolutely massive tomorrow. So yeah, things just getting spicy, I think.
Very, very much so. Also, just looking at the times, we're still seeing improvement from other cars. The 717 Unison Racing car of Denis Sashenko is now up to 8th position. Now, he struggled very much in the daytime qualifying. 46.927 was his best, and he was only about a tenth or so off the next car. He's now ahead of those and now up into 8th position. So he's been really improving as the session has gone on. Last check of the weather radar. Yeah, we're going to be fine for the remainder of the session, I would think, unless Mother Nature decides to play a bit of a joke on us. But I don't think we're going to be seeing any falling perspiration this time around. But with that news that we've heard, with Henri Sadiq still potentially in with a chance, we'll see what he's able to do. And again, we saw him light up the timing on Sector 1 earlier. He's got it in the car to do, but only 6 minutes to get it out there.
Yeah, and I have to say, I've just come across the 777 has come back to the pits in the hands of Mads Hedegaard. He clouted I think it's an Ascari, this is, and he gets onto the curb, I think this is, and spins this car around. It goes backwards into the wall, and there you go. Hefty whack there, lost the rear wing as well, and that is going to be limping back to the pit lane. And this late on in the session, that is going to be a tough task to get that car turned around and then get it back out for another lap.
Well, he did well in turning it, but not in the way that he wanted to. So, yeah, absolutely. That's going to be it's going to be very little time for Mads Hedegaard to do anything with the 777. He's not long taken that car over as well. So we're still seeing driver changes this late in the session. But I'm keeping a very firm eye on Henri Sadiq to see if he's able to improve. We are still seeing improvements, though. Stavros Mizares in the 14 cars found an improvement, 147.325 last time around, and and Andres Roosevelt as well has found improvement in the 23. And 33 is back in. The 64 is back in again. Still not able to get that time he needs.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes left to go in qualifying. What an absolute stormer of a finish we're setting up here for the qualifying session right now. Henri Senick still in pit lane, as is the 65 of Ryan Nash. They're going to have to get out within the next minute and a half to get that warm-up lap. And just as I say that, Henri Senick out onto the track just now. Zoltan Verkonye for that number 33 of Mugen Sim Racing still out on the track just now. Gentlemen, I hope you've got some fingernails, because this is starting to get tense with just 4 minutes left to go.
Yeah, and still that fight for third carries on as well. Look how close they all are. Ryan Nash, assuming he maintains that third. We don't know. We're expecting a penalty in that direction, but even still, Roy Heiss and Carlos Basto and Andres Roosevelt are still just so close together. Mats Hedegaard is in the 777 car is a very small gap to Denis Sashenko. As we said, the 777 car is not long gone into his possession. Oh, we've got a new pole time on the top spot by Zoltan Verkonye by thousands of a second. He's improved that by 1:45.271. Now extends the gap between himself and Henri Senick to a yawning chasm of 51 thousandths of a second.
That's the biggest it's been so far this session, really, in the last half an hour especially. That's as big as it's got so far. But yeah, a blistering third sector, fastest of the day so far, 35.002. It's all it needed to be 3 thousandths of a second faster than their original pole position time in Q2. That's all it takes, though. That could be the difference between starting on that pole position and starting in second place when the 2 lap times are added together, and we halve it.
Yep, it could be, and I'm expecting the gap to be that tight as well. Henri Senick, though, he's crossing the line to start another go with 2.5 minutes on the board. He's only going to have time for 2 more hot laps. I don't imagine he's going to bring that car into the pits again this session. He has got someone ahead of him, but not close enough to worry about it. He's clouted the apex quite hard on the Rettifilio at the beginning of the lap. That'll probably kind of unsettle him a little bit. But wow, Zoltan Verkonye unbelievably finding even more pace out there. Purple sector 2. Sector 3 at 35.002. So knocking on the door of getting 34s. We have seen 34s out there, and that's a 35.1 for sector 1 for Henri Senick. He did do a 34.8 earlier on, and that's probably been lost in that bouncing of the apex at Rettifilio. Rattles over the rumble strip on Nesmo 2. No, that's gone wrong. He's kicked up some dust, so that lap's gone. Or more than likely is now going to be null and void. And another improvement for the 717. Denis Sashenko now up to 7th position with a 46.4. My goodness, he's really found confidence in that car. And that is, and just keeping an eye on Senick, he hasn't run out of fuel. That engine has just died. I think he's run out of fuel.
Surely not. Surely he's kept. I don't think so. I think he's just keeping off the racing line and to get this done, because this is it. This is going to be his last attempt here. There is still some power in that machine, it looks like. But
I reckon he's out of fuel. If he was ready to go, he'd be on it now.
Yeah, he would.
There's no power. Oh no, there he goes.
There we go. Just to make a fool out of you. I believed all the time.
How dare you? How dare you? Henri Senick, he's playing me for an absolute mug. Bravo, sir. Absolutely brilliant.
Right. So
it
we're
really
on board
did look
then.
like he was done.
On Racing starts his final lap with 20 seconds on the lap for the GTR 24H rounds here at Monza. It's on the brakes then into the first chicane. He takes a big clout into that first corner there. Gets to survive it though. Comes out of Prima Variante. Straight back on the power under the bridge there. And then it's around the right-hander there at Biazzano for the last time. This is all or nothing. This is proper high-stakes qualifying that we've got going on here. On the brakes again into second Variante, again into the corner. He throws it in. That's a beautiful way of taking that corner there. Gets on the power again nice and early round the first Lesmo corner here. Keeps it in nice and neat. Goes wide in, too wide again. Surely that's going to have invalidated the lap. We'll see in a second. But he's throwing the car in to the second Lesmo. The car looking fast and very, very loose here. It's around Seraglio, that left-hander on the run down towards Variante Ascari here for the final time in this qualifying. It is all about this final run here. The car weaves left and then he pulls it in as fast as he dare on the right-hand side. Takes a little bit of curb on the right as well. This is looking mighty, mighty close as well. Andre Silic, it's a 35-2, 35-2 for the sectors there. I don't think this is anywhere near enough right now. It could be all over before he even finishes here, guys.
Yeah, he's backed out of that one. He knew it was done. I think, as you say, he was just a little bit too deep coming through the Lesmos. Again, he clouted the apexes at the Resifilio. It's a little bit too hard. And again, that brings an end to what was such a close qualifying. But at the moment, the ace card being held by the 33, being piloted by Zoltan Vacconi. He's done the double. He did the qualifying in the day, and now he's done it at night, but still some times to find further down. We've still got some cars out there. That's Andres Roosevelt in the fourth place number 23 car. He's chasing... Who is he chasing? That's Mads Hedegaard, I think. Well, no good weaving your tyres, Mads. You're out of time. That's only going to really put off Andres Roosevelt. No improvements on his sector times. He's lost a lot of time in sector one, so that's really going to come to nothing.
I was going to say, actually, for Roosevelt, he was in sixth place. On that lap we were watching with with the Henry Siddick there, he improved to fourth place, which was fantastic, managing to just pip himself onto the second row of the grid for tomorrow's race. So really, really left it late there, but better late than never for GSR. The Greek McLaren get themselves onto the second row of the grid, and that's what Q2 looks a little bit like, with Zoltan Vacconi in the number 33 grabbing the fastest lap time of the session, and Mugen Sim Racing there grabbing it by just under half a tenth of a second. Of course, these lap times will be combined now, and we'll get an average lap time which will decide tomorrow's grids, and hopefully we can bring that to you very soon. If not, we'll remind you tomorrow. Well, what a close qualifying session over both sessions, and through all of that, we never got one drop of rain. That's sad.
I could hear the palpable disappointment in your voice there, Kieran. That was quite a lot. But look, I mean, what a fantastic set of qualifying that we had there. That was just everything you could possibly want in both a daytime and a nighttime qualifying. Incredible pace from everyone on show there. I do want to just give a very quick shout out to the 717 team, Unison Racing. Denis Eschenko, he was 3.5 seconds off the pace, 3.2 seconds on both sessions, and brought that in there for a spectacular 7th place there, taking that car to 1.8 off of the lead there. That now means that we've got 10 cars within about 2 seconds of the leader there. That is very, very close there. And then you've also got to give a shout out to the sole GT4 entrant team, the Viaducan team. They're going to have a fantastic time tomorrow. They're going to have a great laugh. But yeah, guys, absolutely loved it, and for me, such pleasure to come on board with the team here.
Yeah, I can only echo that sentiment. We've been very well looked after by the amazing production crew over at GTR 24R, and what a spectacle we've been treated to. And that was just qualifying. The race is going to be tomorrow's 12 hours of Monza in GT cars. Yes, please.
I couldn't have put it better myself. Yes, 12 o'clock Central European time is the start of the race, and once we've got those combined lap times in, we'll be able to bring you that tomorrow, maybe even ending of tonight. Depends. I'm not good at maths, I'm not good with a calculator, so it won't be from me. But of course, we'll bring you up to date and up to speed with the qualifying positions tomorrow when we run through the grid. But gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure. We were meant to have rotors and brakes throughout this qualifying, and we just said, stuff that. This is too good to watch.
That's exactly it. And you know what? By my calculations and my big brain, wrinkly brain maths there, I'm thinking the Viaduct and GT4 team actually take overall pole position there. I'm calling it right there.
Now, don't make assumptions now. This is key.
We're not doing a reverse grid here, I'm afraid. They would love to.
But no, look, it's been awesome fun. I mean, how exciting is tomorrow going to be? And you're absolutely right. We had a set schedule where it was going to be me and you, Kieran, taking things off, and Chris, you were going to come on later on. And you're right. We got about 5 minutes in. We thought, now let's enjoy this. And I guys, it's been an absolute pleasure being alongside you, and I'm really looking forward to tomorrow as well.
I think we all are in that respect. So as Kieran mentioned, 12 o'clock tomorrow CEST is when the race is due to get underway. We'll have the entire commentary team throughout the day, throughout the entire 12 hours of the event, going to be seeing it through right here on this very channel. So please do not go anywhere. We will very much look forward to your company. Thank you very much to those behind the scenes pointing the cameras in the right direction. And of course, to our drivers are putting on yet again a spectacular show. Thank you very much to Kieran McGinley and David Christie for putting up with me in the commentary box. It's a very difficult task. You weather it very well, gentlemen. But that is going to be it for tonight. Thank you very much to everybody taking part, and we hope to see you for the race tomorrow. Until then, thank you very much, and good night.
The GTR 24H 12 Hours of Monza special event is brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Elite Gaming, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on. complete. A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.